All right. Due to the governor's statewide disaster declaration relating to the COVID-19 pandemic and current public health guidelines for social distancing, I have determined that it's not prudent for members of the village board or staff to convene in person for tonight's meeting. Therefore, the members of the village board are attending this meeting by video conference. Those same conditions require barring access to the public for in-person attendance. In light of those limitations, the public is invited to attend and listen to the meeting through the Zoom platform or by phone as indicated on the meeting agenda. To comply with the Open Meetings Act for virtual meetings, tonight's meeting is being recorded. So, Amy, we have to do a roll call and everyone has to be heard here to get this meeting started.
Okay. Trustee Borowski.
Here, loud and clear.
Excellent. Trustee O'Reilly.
Here and yes.
Excellent. Trustee Nora.
I'm here and I can hear you.
We can hear
Trustee
you too.
O'Connor.
Present. Here.
And Trustee Michaud.
Here, thank you.
Excellent. All accounted for.
Okay, great. Then let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the
Allegiance
flag
To the
to the
flag
of the
flag
United
of
States
the
of
United
America
States of America,
America,
and
To
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 the
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 republic
republic
for which it stands,
and
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty
liberty and
and
justice
justice
for
for
all.
all.
All right, welcome everyone.
Thank you.
The first item on the agenda is homeowners associations. Orchards of Long Grove. Joe Gallo, are you here? What about Royal Melbourne? Anyone from Royal Melbourne here? Andy Maggio? All right, moving right along. The next item on the agenda is the downtown special event application for sleigh rides. They have sent in an application and they're gonna have everyone spaced out appropriately, requiring masks, etc. It'll be right around Thanksgiving. There's specific dates here, and then around right before the Christmas holiday as well. Any discussion?
And I'll move to approve special event application for downtown sleigh rides.
Second.
Second.
Okay, moved by Trustee Borowski, seconded by Trustee O'Reilly, I believe.
Mhm.
That's got to be a roll call.
All right, let me, that was Trustee Borowski and Trustee O'Reilly seconded.
Correct.
Is that what I heard? Okay, thank you. Trustee Borowski,
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly,
Aye.
Trustee Nora,
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor,
Rita, you're muted. You're muted.
Yep, apologize. Aye, sorry.
okay, and Trustee Michaud.
Aye.
5-0.
Motion carried. Thank you. Now the next item is the report of the Scenic Corridor Conservancy meeting that happened on August 18th. Village Planner Hoag, do you want to take us through that meeting?
Certainly will. Thank you, Bill. There were actually 3 items on the agenda, the first of which was the consideration of the conservancy aspects of the Phillips Estates PUD. The board referred that to the Planning Commission meeting maybe 2 meetings ago, and we have been taking requests of this nature to the CSC to review the conservancy aspects of it. Their comments will be forwarded on to the Planning Commission so that they have the benefit of the CSC input during their deliberations. There were really 4 items for the CSC to consider as part of the development proposal. The first of which is the conservancy soils. As proposed, most of the conservancy soils are placed in outlots. In years past, with older subdivisions, many of the subdivisions had soils that were placed on private property. We found that this has led to encroachments. Also, they tend to be smaller areas so that you don't have the large contiguous area of conservancy, which provides better opportunities for habitat, groundwater recharge, etc. There were 4 lots, lots 18, 19, 5, and 6, which had conservancy soils on them. The developer has taken soils that were non-conservancy soils and placed them in permanent open space, so there's a trade-off there. While they're not exactly conservancy soils, they are compensating for the soils that are conservancy soils with more open space. The Conservancy Committee found that to be acceptable, and they recommended approval of the scenic corridor, which is 100 foot along Cuba Road as required by the subdivision ordinance, and the conservancy areas as platted with the trade-off. They had reviewed the comments of the village arborist. They accepted those and made that part of their recommendation as well. The plantings in the detention areas, conservancy areas, and the scenic corridor, the Conservancy Committee was actually very pleased with the list that the developer had submitted. There was one change. There was a species of ryegrass that they use as a, what I'll call a temporary planting to stabilize detention areas and other areas. It's non-native and potentially not a good choice. So they made recommendations for substituting of a natural rye species in place of that, and the developer was amenable to it. So the plantings were accepted with that one change. Finally, they looked at the pathways that would be going through the scenic corridor as well as the conservancy areas. They found those to be acceptable. Staff had made a suggestion that the pathway that comes up to the cul-de-sac between lots 6 and 7 be modified to run up the backside of lot 6 and then loop into the cul-de-sac between lots 5 and 6. The reason for that being the uncertainty of the Route 53 right-of-way. If there was pathways that go in there, it would provide another opportunity for connectivity from this subdivision into the pathways. The developer said that they would look at it. There are some logistical issues with how the subdivision plays out in making that determination, but the CSC actually made that a suggestion. So they're going to look into it. If it's feasible, they'll do it. If it can't be done, we tried and failed. So that was basically their recommendations on that. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Jim, it's Bobby. Could you paint me a picture of this trade-off of wetlands, of soils?
Sure. Are you looking at a plat, Bobby?
No, I am not.
Okay. Okay. As part of my report to the CSC, which I think you all
I could
got.
probably share. So what do you want me to share?
Okay, never mind. I'll find it. Thank you, Jim.
You're welcome.
Are there other questions on that?
I just have a quick one.
Mm-hmm.
Jim, you mentioned toward the end the pathways being close to or in the old 53 route path.
Yes. There will be one route that will go through the scenic corridor and extend in our Cuba Road right-of-way to where the 53 right-of-way stops. The reconfiguration that I mentioned would allow for another access into there and potentially another loop up to that Cuba Road extension. And as you know, Rita, we've talked about this with other people, the Park District, et cetera. Should pathways go in that right-of-way, now we have another opportunity to tie into that system as well. So it provides a lot more, potentially a lot more connectivity.
So let's say the state doesn't see things our way and they sell off that piece of land.
Mm-hmm.
What would then happen?
Well, that's why the modification that I suggested be considered. The modification would run up the backside of Lot 6 and then between Lots 5 and 6 into the cul-de-sac so that you have a loop, and looping is very desirable with pathway systems. The Cuba Road pathway would probably just dead end.
I see.
But we would have a segment that would run all the way from that right-of-way clear over to the CF Industries property, which the Forest Reserve District took. So we would have at least connectivity along the front of the subdivision to the Forest Preserve District. There you go.
Now we have the map. Okay, so lots,
Along Cuba Road on the very left-hand side,
yes,
that's where it would terminate. The pathway would come up now between lots 6 and 7, which are down here, and we would propose that that just simply come up here and come across between lots 5 and 6, so we have a loop, and then you would have a ready-made access point right there as opposed to being between lots 6 and 7 right now.
I see what you're saying. Okay, thank you. Picture helps a lot.
Yeah.
Jim, if I could ask one other question. As I recall, when this was first approved, what, 4 years ago, 5 years ago?
More like 15. It was Canterbury Estates, and that received final approval in like 2008. Preliminary
Okay.
approval 2005.
Okay, as I recall, having sat through all of those hearings, there was a great deal of concern about the soils. And so I guess my question is, how many more lots do they get by moving the soils or trading off the soils the way that they're doing it?
Well, they're asking, they had 12 lots originally. They're asking for, I believe it's 19 now. Lot 6, which you see kind of toward the left-hand side, is the one that's largest, most impacted with the Conservancy soils. There's a little bit along the very tops of lot 8.
No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know where it is. I want to know how many lots do they get by moving the soils?
There are 4 lots that are impacted by Conservancy soils with the trade-off. Lot 6 being the one that's most impacted, then lot 5 and lots 18 and 19 vary minimally. If you look down toward the bottom, though, Bobby, of Outlot 6, there's a whole big area of open space that
Well, that's lovely, but they're still getting more lots than what they originally received from the village. And so I'm just trying to get what the trade-off was, to entertain this number of lots on a really nice piece of property that had a really nice plan on it.
Soils were a bigger concern with the old plan because they were going with a communal septic system like you have in Eastgate. The development now will be serviced by sanitary sewer through Lake County. So
Okay, there's the number. Okay, okay. Well, they've certainly created quite a boring plan with sewers.
Any other comments? If not, we'll move to the next item on the agenda from the meeting. Do you want to?
Yes. The second item was, and Bill, I think you're familiar with this, resident Rick Scardino had contacted you, and Chairman Smith and I spoke with him earlier in the year, back in June, regarding plantings in landscape islands, and particularly he was concerned about the landscape islands on Old McHenry Road, down by Harbor Chase, as well as those in Route 83. Obviously, one of the biggest concerns is cost and maintenance. Not only would we have to come up with money to install plantings and all, but then we'd have to maintain them over time. And I think one of the things that the Conservancy Committee actually kind of agreed about was having landscape islands that are not well maintained are more of an eyesore than just having turf grass or other types of plantings in there, again, if they're not maintained. The question for the Conservancy Committee was, is it feasible? And they thought it was, and that native plantings could possibly be put in those islands. There are species that would be tolerant to the conditions, that is salt, emissions from vehicles, those kinds of things. Height being another consideration, and attractiveness. There is a mix that we could probably do out there. What it would cost and what it would take to maintain remains an unknown. Generally speaking, it takes about 3 years for the natives to get established. Once they're established, the maintenance costs would drop down. One of the suggestions that came out of there that I thought was a really good one, if we were going to try to pursue something like this, that perhaps we create a test plot in one of the islands with an appropriate mix and see how it pans out. If it didn't pan out, then not worth pursuing. But I guess the real question is this something the board is actually interested in pursuing, and should the Conservancy Committee look at it further?
Anyone want to comment on that?
I wasn't, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Chris.
No, go ahead, Bobby. It's yours.
I was going to say, when we were talking Route 22, that there would be I don't know, a trade that 83 would get trees and shrubs and some kind of landscaping, and wonder if that would fit in with this discussion or this awareness. So I guess I'm asking Dave. Oh, Dave.
Dave, you there? I see your name up here, but I can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can.
Sorry about that. Yeah, they are related, Bobby, and until we have a response back from IDOT on the village's concept landscaping plans for Route 22, we really don't know where the other medians may stand. You're exactly right. The thought was that if there was quote unquote excess material that couldn't physically be planted within the Route 22 right of way, that would spill over into the Route 83 medians, north and south to add some more landscaping. But we are in a holding pattern right now, waiting to hear back from IDOT.
Okay. And then my opinion on going natural, we ought to take a look at Harbor Chase. Looks like a dump. And to put any more in on public property, I think is a loser.
Thanks, Bobby. Now, Chris, you were about to comment, right?
Well, my comments aren't as direct as Bobby's were there, but but my thought was that it seems like we need to take. I think it's a great idea to do something with the islands. They're pretty ugly, right? So if we can get some of the 22 landscaping, that's great. But if we're going to spend some money on the islands, I think we need to have more of a comprehensive plan than just one or two intersections downtown, near downtown. I think we need to take a look at the entire stretch of like 83 because it's same lack of landscaping all the way up. So to me, I think we need more of a comprehensive plan than just saying, yeah, take a look at one intersection and determine the cost.
I think you're perfectly right on target, Chris. South 83 has far more attractive growth than North 83. So if you're going to start anywhere, start up north.
Well, I think it needs to be uniform and well planned out because we don't have enough money to do anything like they did up on Butterfield Road. I mean, it's beautiful up on Butterfield. But we don't have that kind of money, right? So it needs to be a long-term comprehensive plan that's uniformly applied, I think, if we're going to do anything.
Thanks, Chris.
In the past, didn't we have plantings in the islands and people got upset because it didn't look nice, so we tore it out and put sod down? Or am I?
This is Dave. Rita, that's my understanding as well. It predates my time with the village, but what I had heard was that it was planted as a linear prairie and received a lot of negative comments. And I think part of it is exactly what has been touched on by others. It had an awfully difficult time surviving. I had heard that the backfill that IDOT used had a lot of clay and other materials that wasn't very suitable. And it's an awfully difficult place for any kind of landscaping to survive regardless. So that's my understanding as well. At one point it was prairie, and it was converted to grass because of the appearance and the complaints received.
I think Ginny's our resident expert on that kind of landscaping. It's a lot of work. It's beautiful. It's a lot of work. I don't know that, I mean, you know, everybody probably has the same opinion of the way the natural plantings look at Harbor Chase. They can't seem to get a handle on it, and I don't know what our landscapers would do. I think it's a great idea. It would be lovely, but I just don't know how realistic it is.
This is Jenny, and who has spent 25 years doing prairie restoration work. It is not easy. It takes a lot of work. And being on a road with salt and terrible soils to start with is already a disadvantage. And I mean, we're talking about trying to find money to pave the roads right now. So I'm a little reluctant to put a lot of time and energy into a really hard project. So, I mean, I like everyone else, I would love it if we had beautiful medians, but I think it is a really tough road to hoe.
Thanks, Jenny. Chuck?
I agree with Jenny. We've got enough budgetary issues on our hands right now. Why do we want to take this on? Maybe next year, financial picture looks different. Right now, I think we're just asking for trouble.
Well, I don't think it costs us much to investigate it, though.
But how are we going to investigate it? I mean, we could get numbers and get an idea, but
My understanding from Jim's comment, maybe I misheard Jim, was that this CSEC committee is looking at volunteering as possibly investigating and taking it on and taking a look to see what it would take.
Yeah, they could do that, Chris. That was actually one of the questions that kind of came up. Jeanette Berger, who's the plant guru on the CSC, believes there are species that could be put in there. What those are is unknown. What those would cost is unknown. And what the maintenance would be, particularly in the first 3 years, is unknown.
Well, so to your point, Chris, I mean, not that the timing's really bad right now to do something like this, but if the CSC wanted to look at it and explore it a little bit to come up with some ideas and present it back to the board, and then, taking into consideration Bobby's point about, there might be some leftover landscaping from Route 22 that we might be able to deploy if there was, to your point, I think about having a comprehensive plan for this. Maybe at least some ideas could be there, and when times are better, at least we'll have something that we could look at and perhaps, try some areas, right? I don't know.
I think it's great that someone has taken an interest and is offering, and I would like to applaud and encourage that. And let's see what the plan is.
Jim, does that give you enough guidance to go on? Is the board okay with that?
If I'm hearing the board correctly, you'd like us to look at it a little bit further and come back with perhaps some preliminary suggestions as to how this could possibly work?
Yeah.
and dollars. I'd like to understand the financial impact.
We can try to put some costs into it, sure.
Yeah, I would really be interested in the plant list.
Okay.
I would hope that you would make certain that they are wary of us and that there are no promises of implementation.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Bill, can we get back to question on A on the Phillips estate, though?
Oh,
Or is it
sure.
inappropriate? So my question to Jim, when Jim makes a proposal for the alternate pathway, and then a comment that said the developer agreed to try to do it if they can, To me, that sounds like the developer saying, I ain't gonna do it. I mean, you know, I mean,
Not at
maybe
all.
I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but so Jim, is there anything we could do to compel them, or anything that we could do that is that we can get in writing, or some kind of more than a verbal agreement that sort of put some teeth into it to, you know, put the burden on them to do it, unless there's some factors that we can quantify that would prohibit it.
And that's
Or-
the unless, Chris, that you just brought up is what they suggested at the CSC meeting.
Okay.
Those are going to be walkout, lookout type basements, so there's some grading issues with reconfiguring that pathway. There's grading issues with the way they've proposed it, and they've kind of looked at those and think that they can make it work. The reconfiguration is something that they hadn't looked at, and the logistics, if you will, are the issues with the grading. So they said they would look at it. If they can do it, they would do it. If they can't do it, then, you know, we tried, we failed. If you want to play hardball with them, final plat approval time, I believe we could make that a condition of approval and mandate it. So we do have the teeth to do it.
From an engineering
So-
perspective, do we think we can do it? Do we, staff, think we can do it?
It's a suggestion at this point in time. It hasn't been looked at in depth to know if the logistics will work. But they did say they would consider it and come back to us with recommendations or reconfiguration at final platting time.
This is Dave. Procedurally, the subdivision has to go before the Plan Commission for preliminary and final plat. Preliminary, they'll have the preliminary engineering. They can work through those questions.
Correct.
Okay.
And Jeff will be involved reviewing it, confirming whether or not they've made all considerations to try and make it work. And then that will be part of the recommendation that will come back to the village board for consideration. So whether they're included or not, ultimately, the preliminary and final approvals will be include the requirements of pathway or not pathway, or however it might be designed.
Thank you, Dave.
Do we know when this goes before the PCCBA?
Yes, it is targeted for the first meeting of the PCZBA in October. Jeff had quite a list of preliminary engineering concerns, and they are working to correct those prior to public hearing. We were going to queue it up for the September meeting, but at the petitioner's request, they asked that it be pushed to October.
Thank you.
Any other questions there, or can we move to item C under the CSC report?
Thanks, Bill. I appreciate you going back for me. Thank you.
Nope, thanks, Chris. Jim, any comments on the updated plant species list? Or is that...
Just an update for you. Commissioner Berger has the list. She is looking through it. There are some 1,700 plant species that are on that list, and some of them are difficult to obtain. So she's trying to make the list more user-friendly and identify species that are readily available as opposed to those that may be more difficult to obtain. And the thought there is that, you know, people may think this is all great and submit a plan, but you can't get the plants for it. So she's trying to further break that out into, I guess you could say, attainable and non-attainable species. And she's doing that by herself. And when she gets that done, the plant species list will be ready for public consumption. So that's where we're at with that.
Jim, would you let her know that we very much appreciate all the work that she puts into this?
Absolutely, I will.
What's the roll call motion here on the report, Dave? What's that for? Application SCC 20-01. What is that for?
So you don't have to worry about that. This will come back as part of the Plan Commission recommendation, as part of the recommendation. So there's no need to approve the CSC's recommendation at this time.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, great. Because I don't think any of us are, so, okay.
Nothing further, Bill. I'm all done.
Any other questions for Village Planner Hoag?
Nope.
All right, if not, let's move on to the next item. Report of the Economic Development Commission, which I didn't make today. Sorry about that. Jenny, do you want to take us through that?
Sure. There's a lot of things that are in the pipeline and actually should be coming up at the next meeting. So I'm not going to waste your time because it's essentially the same update I gave you last time. But the most exciting thing was there was a gentleman named Roman Dumiak who gave a presentation. He is from the Census Open Innovation Lab, which is an initiative to utilize federal and local data and new technologies to target national challenges. He's currently working on a project to facilitate sustainable rural economic development. And he reached out to the EDC to ask for members to meet with him to review proposals and prototypes and discuss if they have merit, because one of the biggest hurdles with this entire project, which there is a PowerPoint presentation that Dave added late today that I would encourage you all to look at because it's pretty interesting. But one of the biggest hurdles of this entire project is that they come up with these solutions, but they're not utilized, that the technology is not sustainable. So he's trying to find out through EDC members, like what would you use, what would be useful. So I know some of the EDC members have reached out to him already saying that they'd like to meet with him or be willing to meet with him. I also thought maybe somebody on some of the trustees might be interested. So his contact information is in the information that Dave sent out today.
And Mr. Dumiak is on the call here.
Oh, he is?
Too.
Oh, great.
He's present here.
Yeah, it was a really, really
Right, Roman?
interesting.
I am, and if any of the trustees or actually anybody on the call would like to, sorry, I'm in the dark a little bit here, would like to have me give the actual presentation, I'd be happy to do that.
It's really interesting. I thank you so much for your time this morning.
Okay.
The one thing I didn't understand, though, can I just ask really quick before we move on, is what are you really trying to get out of the feedback? I didn't quite comprehend that. So, and what sort of started this whole? Are you meeting with other towns as well, or?
No, I'm working specifically with Long Grove because it's a long story, but if you have time, I can do it. So, do you want me to do it?
Sure. Just don't give us the abridged version, though, please. But
all right.
Yeah.
So as short as I can make it, under the Obama administration, they started doing a lot more innovative work in the federal government. You may remember the healthcare.gov fiasco. After that, they started doing Silicon Valley type of innovation labs in the White House as well as in various federal agencies. It turns out that hidden away in the US Census Bureau is an innovation lab that has in effect survived the Trump administration, at least for now. And they are looking, and they bring together private industry, universities, which I'm representing DePaul in this, as well as companies and rural and small towns. This challenge happens to come from the EPA. And the EPA, interestingly enough, defines only two kinds of towns, metropolitan and rural. I know the Census Bureau has their definition, which, Long Grove would not comply, would not be considered rural for the Census Bureau or a couple of other agencies, but EPA only subdivides by two. So they have done well over about 100 projects over the last few years. And as Jenny mentioned, a lot of those projects really get shown to the press. There's a lot of excitement over them, and then they go really nowhere.
Uh-oh, did we lose you?
I can hear.
Okay.
So a lot of the projects tend to go nowhere. So they decided to start using what's called human-centric design, where we ask people first what's useful for them rather than trying to guess. And my objective here was really to, I think Long Grove is a lot more progressive than a number of the other towns in the area in terms of sustainable development. You guys really think it through as a town, not, you know, as a village. More so, I think, than a lot of the other villages around here that are really just looking to grow in terms of homes or industry or whatever they're, you know, just like if they need a plot of land, let's give it to them, you know, that kind of thing. And that's really what the EPA is all about. They want to see sustainable development where people aren't destroying watersheds or aren't destroying wetlands and other areas for the sake of just making jobs in the town, okay? And so they had a number of projects come up, and what I'm trying to do is really get some feedback from the EDC and anybody else who would like to participate on just what would be interesting to Long Grove committees about how they would like to grow, you know, depending on what I know you have a plan and things like that, but what is it that you would like to show, for example, developers? What is it that you would like to do, you know, even maybe as a legacy, you know, going 15 plus years out? I mean, do we really need to have quite, you know, I mean, we have a lot of golf courses, for example, and they're using a lot of water. Do we really think that that much water is going to be sustainable if we go through climate change in the next 50 years? So, you know, I'm not talking next year. I'm talking 50, 100 years plus, right? I mean, the way we use water is probably not sustainable for the next 50 years or 50 years out. So we should start thinking about things like that.
Well, Roman, thank you for that. That was very helpful. And I appreciate you sharing. And Jenny, I don't, did you have more to share or?
There's just one, there's a letter that Irwin put together to send out to banks and attorneys in the area, kind of encouraging them to send prospective businesses our way. And I didn't know, it was sent out by Dave, and I just didn't know if any of the board members had any concerns about that or if they could green light that to go forward.
I was the one who asked about the letter, and if anyone, whether Dave had seen it, whether Vic had seen it, had anybody in authority seen it? And the answer, of course, was a negative. And no, that was the answer, was that no one had. And that's the only reason I asked about it, was to find out if it had been looked at. Dave looked at it and said it was fine, and he did send me a copy, and I agree that it's fine. I think anything that goes out from any committee or commission that's got a mass mailing like that should certainly be passed by someone other than that committee. So I was the one that started that. So my apologies.
No,
I don't need to apologize. Thank you.
Well, I'm being sarcastic. Excuse me. Of course, those things should be seen by someone.
So does anybody have objections to, that's why I'm asking. Bobby, are you okay with the letter?
Yes, I've already said, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
The process needs to be followed, though. I don't need to see it. Somebody needs to see it, whether it's Dave or Vic.
Well, Dave's cheaper.
So I can tell them that they can go forward with this.
There's no issues with the letter, Dave, right? Looks pretty simple to me.
I'm okay with it going out.
Okay.
Great. I will let them know.
Chris, anyone else have objections?
No.
All right. I guess you got your direction.
Actually, Roger's on the call too, so you already gave him this direction.
Okay. There you go, Roger. There's your answer. And that's the end of
shopping.
And then the only other thing is, if you want to tune in next EDC meeting, there's going to be a sample interview that the EDC is going to potentially put on the website or do live and Rita can speak to this more about highlighting local businesses, to kind of ask them what brought them to Long Grove, their successes, what they've learned. So I don't know if you have anything more to ask, Rita, but Erwin is going to be the guinea pig next week. And so if you're interested in seeing what that looks like, please join the meeting. End of report.
I have two questions about this census group. Is it affiliated with the Census Bureau?
I think it utilizes the data from the census, but I believe that Roman could better answer that question.
The actual group is called the Opportunity Project. It is a part of what's called the U.S. Census Bureau Innovation Lab, which is a sub-part of the big U.S. Census Bureau. The only thing they
Do you have any way to help fix our census problem?
Unfortunately, the only thing the Open Innovation Lab did was make sure that the software worked. They aren't supposed to go in and fix problems. They also do some of the marketing. They also do some of the marketing around the census. You know, things like, congratulations, 75% of the US is now, you know, put in, and I know we didn't hit 75%.
Well, we don't know what we have. That's the problem.
I know, because of the
double addresses, and it's
double address.
very frustrating to me. And I've been going around and around and around. So.
Okay, so you're not exactly affiliated, kind of.
Not with the entire Census Bureau. The federal government's kind of a big group.
Really, I didn't know.
And you know, I'm affiliated with about 20 people that are tucked away deep inside the Census Bureau.
Okay, then my next question is, what kind of cost are we talking?
Zero. It's just the time.
Ah, the government's always free.
Yeah. Well, this is the federal government, and one of the things, you know, and again, I'll give Obama credit for it. One of the things they wanted to do was figure out ways to take government data that they have locked away today and make it available to anybody who can use it. Citizens, committees, boards, villages, developers, you know. So the idea is to create what's called open data from the federal government. Now,
Okay, without being insulting, so who pays you?
No one. I'm volunteering my time.
Oh, okay.
You may not have noticed, I'm kind of on the older side.
Well, a lot of us are.
I retired, and what I did was, it was either help my wife garden or continue to do the kind of things I used to do when I ran an innovation lab for Allstate Insurance. So now I help run an innovation lab for DePaul. I kind of do advisory work for the state of Illinois and their IT group. And hopefully you're noticing some of the good things coming out of the IT side of the state.
Well, thanks for your information. I appreciate it.
Okay. And again, you know, my office.
And I appreciate that you're really at a good number.
And again, if you guys would like to see the presentation I showed to Michael and Jenny, I'd be happy to do it again. It takes about 35 minutes. And, you know, what I'm really doing is trying to get information from you so that the federal government doesn't do what it's been doing, which is spinning its wheels, creating interesting stuff that nobody uses.
All right, thanks, Roman. Jenny, anything else? Well, if not, we'll keep moving,
I'm done. That's it. Thank you.
or we'll try to keep moving. So the next item on the agenda is the presentation of the draft redevelopment plan for the South Lake TIF District. Lee Brown, I believe, is here to present this. Is that right, Dave? Yep, there you are, Lee. Thank you.
This is, for the most part, an update of what we've been doing and where we'd like to take the next steps. Starting with the fact that we have done the more formal identification of eligibility of the potential TIF district. I guess there's a bit of a typo, I think, in the agenda. It's the agenda refers to the South Lake TIF district. I think we thought it was the South Gateway TIF district. And if I'm wrong, I'm happy to change the cover page. But this is proposed as a potential TIF district on Old 53 near Half Day Road. We did do the formal identification of eligibility, and we found the presence of 6 of the close to a dozen factors that might be found to establish eligibility. The 6 that we found were obsolescence, dilapidation of certain structures, excessive vacancy, deterioration, inadequate utilities, and a decline in the relative decline in equalized assessed value. In this case, it's actual decline of EAV. When you put that all together, it identifies that if you choose to move forward, you can establish a tax increment district. It is not the same larger area that we had originally showed you early on, I think even in February. It's a more tightly defined district to assure that we meet eligibility and that we are only including properties that are currently within the village. That's an important element because the nature of a TIF district within a village or city is that it must be within the boundaries of that governing unit. And unless additional properties were to be annexed into the village, we can only include properties within your boundaries. So given that, and given the nature of essentially speculative nature as to whether or not additional properties might be brought in at a later time, our recommendation is to move forward with a district that is well-defined within the boundaries of the village. If you move forward and you do establish eligibility and then the redevelopment plan and go through the public hearing process and establish the district, if at a later time, a property owner to the west, for instance, west of 53, chooses to annex to the village, the boundaries can be modified at that later time. So the fundamental that I'm bringing to you tonight is the fact that we have formally identified this area that you're sharing, that red line boundary. It excludes the properties that are within the developed part of the Menards site, but it does include outlots that lie to the southwest of Menards. It does include property on either side of 53. It does include the once anticipated right of way of the 53 extension, but certainly it also includes a primary property in the Geimer property on Old 53. I guess I'll take a pause and respond to questions if you have any at this point.
Any questions? Bobby, I think you're muted.
I have a question, and I can't think of the name of the road. Where at the north end of the map that shoots over to Old Hicks.
Dorothy Lane?
There's a Dorothy.
Yeah, Dorothy. Yeah, why that's included?
It happens to be within the area that was not included in the subdivision. It's a remnant of, it's a part that is part of the area that I believe was, may have been anticipated to be acquired by the state, but we've included it so that we make contiguity, that all the parcels within that area are contiguous, and so that there is a potential, depending upon what you choose to do with the district itself, that some improvements could be made to those, to that property, but it doesn't.
I guess my immediate concern when I saw it was I thought maybe somebody's thinking of access to Old Hicks.
We're not. We're simply trying to assure that the parcels in question are, 1, within the village, and 2, contiguous, and 3, when we add it all up, that they are eligible. It's a strange remnant parcel. That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
This is Vic. I will also add that the fact that it might be included in the plan doesn't confer any rights whatever. It's simply a matter of what would be included for the overall redevelopment proposal and the eligibility criteria.
And this is Dave. One of the things that we considered as we were considering the parcels was trying to extend the TIF district east-west as much as possible. And by including that strip, it continues it, kind of following that pattern. There's some strategic reasons for that, but it's not for access.
Is that parcel unincorporated currently, or is that in the village?
It is within the village.
And there's a newer single-family home down on that southwest corner. The driveway's in the village and the house is in unincorporated Lake County. Is that parcel in here?
The only house that I'm aware of is actually at the
parcel. Yeah, the
I-
parcel's
I-
to the north of the.
Yeah, I think it's
Up here somewhere.
I
Yeah.
think it's west of Old 53 and north of Dorothy Lane, right sort of at the terminus of what's shown as the boundary.
Yeah, there's actually 2 parcels up there. The parcel that is along 53 is not developed. The parcel that is to the east of that vacant parcel there is a house up there.
You don't have it, do you have it in here somewhere?
Well, this is a house that's like 2 years old. It was a prefab house. The driveway's in the village. The house is not.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about, but it's
Again,
north of here.
That property is west of 53, and it's on the north side of Dorothy. That was a property that actually had been in the village. It was disconnected, but the access drive maintained its village presence, and that's why that is a bit of an anachronism in terms of how it gets to the property. But it might have been a little more than 2 years ago, but it was fairly recently
Yeah.
constructed. But I believe it's just beyond the presentation that's on the screen right now. If you look at the far upper left corner,
I don't think it's that far north. I thought it was between Geimers and Menards.
Well, hold on, let me do
Like
one.
this, like
Yeah.
like
You
that
just
that
Google map
rectangle.
it.
I think it is north, but it is east of 53,
It's on
Vic,
the
not
east side.
west.
Right. It's on the
And
east
it's
side.
red.
And there is a newer home on the west side tucked back in there. But yes, it's red and it was prefab. I watched them bring in the pieces of the house on trailers.
I got it right here. Let me see if I can share my screen
And,
again.
and we have excluded that. It is not included within the
Oh,
proposed area.
That's correct.
So even though the driveway is in Long Grove, it's Lake County, it's not the village.
I
Can you
believe
guys
that's
see my
correct.
screen?
That's correct.
It's right here. This is the house you're talking about.
Yes. Yeah.
See
that-
Dorothy Lane?
With the long driveway. Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
that is actually 2 parcels. You can see the house is on the easterly of the 2 parcels, and then there is a vacant lot essentially on 53.
Okay.
But it's above where Dorothy
It is
Lane.
north of the Dorothy Lane
Yeah.
designation.
Right.
Yes, the only house that's actually shown within the proposed district is at the
Yeah, I'll show it to you right here.
southwest corner,
It's right here.
right?
This house right here.
Right. That
And
little-
it's actually 2 parcels. The house is on one lot, and there's a vacant area to the north of it that's owned by the same property owner.
Right. Right. Yeah. All along there is the same property owner, I think. Thank you.
Understood.
So is that driveway an easement or is that on property that the house owns?
my understanding is that there is not an easement in that area, that they have a separate driveway to their house.
Okay, and it's.
Rita, I believe that the individual owns both parcels.
That's correct.
One parcel is in Long Grove,
Got it.
the other is not in Long Grove.
That's correct, Dave.
Okay.
This is Jim. That's correct.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Lee, you want to continue, or I know this isn't your document.
If you're ready, at this point, we're trying to bring you up to date on next steps as well, which is that this is a somewhat compressed process because of the nature of the notices that are required to bring this along. The next thing that would take place is the listing of a interested parties list that allows for residents or property owners to put their name or email address into the list so that they can get specific notifications of any public hearings or other activities related to this. Then following at probably your first meeting in September, we would be bringing the draft of the redevelopment plan. The redevelopment plan would, once you give your go-ahead, essentially, can be made available to the community so that they can see the intent of establishing a TIF district. We've done the initial work on that because it takes quite a bit of time to get that together. One of the things that we've done is begin to estimate values. The reason that we do that is to begin to create the framework for a TIF budget. And I want to take a stop there and explain the importance of the budget within the document and how it is used. There are only a limited number of things that are required in the Act to make the redevelopment plan essentially available for adoption. One of them is the current equalized assessed value of the properties within the district. The second is an estimate of what the equalized assessed value would be at the end of the district. By doing that, you're projecting essentially growth that will take place or could take place. From that, we make an estimate on an annual basis of what the incremental value would be for developed property if that occurs. And from that, provide an estimate to you of what may be available for public expenditures within the TIF district. And so those are listed in the document line by line as they are proposed in the state act to give you the eligibility of spending money for those eligible costs. You're not required, you're not bound by that. The number itself for each of those lines does not bind you for making those expenditures. But the bottom line of the budget creates what amounts to a maximum that you might spend over the 23-year life of the district. As such, we try to estimate a value that will allow you to remove the characteristics that make the project area eligible in the first place. So what are those costs? Well, among them are public improvements like roads and utilities and the extension of those two properties to make them developable. It might be the rehabilitation of an existing building or the reduction of the cost of land to a developer. That's called land write-down or assembly of property to make properties available. So the statute lists out a whole series of things that are eligible expenses if you can afford them, and you afford them if growth occurs and pays property taxes. All this gets wrapped up into a bottom line for how much might you be able to spend within the TIF district if things go well. But that's not a license to spend the money. What each of those lines provides is the opportunity to take those actions on a year-by-year basis or even a project-by-project basis and say, if we do this, will those monies be repaid? We're not suggesting that if we put millions of dollars at the bottom of that budget, that one, you are required to spend those monies, or two, that they will be repaid. They only get paid by incremental values if private growth occurs. So we prepare the document to give you the potential for making these public improvements or taking these projects and making them worthy of development, and then ultimately will generate tax revenues that are captured by the TIF district itself. But it does not require you to take any action to spend those monies. Those are going to be the decisions you're going to make going forward if you actually establish the TIF district. So let me take a pause there again.
If I may ask a question.
Please.
When I saw those 7 digits, I thought, whoa, this is a big number. And so correct me if I'm wrong. This doesn't say we have to spend any of this, but does it also not limit us to a number? So in other words, could you spend 10 if you needed to?
No, not without modifying the tax increment district. And that is an important element. So that number that's in there, we put
7.2 million.
7.2 million is a relatively conservative number based on what we say is the upper end potential development. The actual revenue stream that we project is much higher than that, but we want to plug in a number that makes sense for the kinds of improvements that might occur. But with the exception of a 5% cost of living increase, if you will, that number provides a cap to the total amount that you could spend within the district. Now, you note that each of those lines has a to be determined quote at the end. Before you next see this document, before it goes to the public in terms of the public review of it, we'll be plugging in numbers. But I wanted to reemphasize the fact that even when we put numbers in those, the individual lines don't limit you. It's the bottom line that limits you. So going forward, if you adopt the district, you might say, well, we actually have more need for expenditures of extending utilities and less in terms of recruitment or advertising or something like that. So you can move money between the lines without modifying or going through the process of amending the district or readopting. But the bottom line number is pretty much the cap that you should be sticking to.
Okay, so it's like a pot, and that 7.2 is in the pot, and you can move it around if you need to.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I have a question. Hypothetically, let's say a Tesla dealer wants to open a big dealership on that property, and they want us to put in the water and the sewer. Practically speaking, how does that work as far as what if putting in water and sewer for just hypothetically is $2 million? How do we come up with $2 million in order to accommodate the Tesla dealer?
Well, I'll give you 3 potential ways. One is that the Tesla dealer wasn't the first thing that occurred, that there were other developments that occurred before it that are currently generating or will be generating incremental value.
Well, let's say
so
they're not. No, let's say they're not.
So that one, that pay-as-you-go aspect of we have income coming in, we can spend it, that one we'll put to the side.
Okay.
The second is that in some cases you can encourage Tesla itself to spend the money for those public improvements, and you repay it over a period of time after they have built their building, because they're essentially going to get a rebate on their taxes so that they can come up with the capital and you don't have to necessarily put the capital out.
And we would do that by sales tax rebates over.
No, you would do it with a TIF district rebate of the increment that they're generating.
I see.
The third way is to borrow money. And that's probably, as I state, the third way. You'd prefer to have other people put out their capital investment and you don't have to put that money out.
And you borrow through issuing bonds or just
Bonds
go
or
to
go
the
to a
bank?
bank or any other source that's legitimate. And many communities dedicate the incremental value to repaying that bond.
Well, how's this any different than Sunset Grove?
Doesn't sound like much.
If you went that route, right, Dave?
Well, keep in mind, Sunset Grove has, that Sunset Grove bond is actually one that was publicly sold. And in that regard, it would be very much the same. It's very different from the downtown bonds because those were not publicly offered or purchased. So, you know, we have a tale of two cities, so to speak, with our current TIF. And I think that the bond route that Lee was describing is what we did with the Sunset Grove bonds that were recently refinanced back in, I think, February. So that would be the model, I think, most likely to be used.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments at this point? Or proceeding forward is what everyone wants to do?
Could I have a reminder of what our next cost is?
Sure. Essentially putting the documents in place and beginning to do the notifications, that's the next trigger mechanism. And I think, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, there's up to $6,500 in that next phase.
Okay.
It's either 65 or 6,600.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
I have another hypothetical for you.
Please.
We probably don't qualify as being super successful with the Sunset Grove TIF. We're not making tons of money on it. But by that I mean we're not making tons of money. We're not scraping. But what could we have done there that we could do in the future to encourage it to be more successful, shall we say?
I'm not sure that I can weigh in on what you might have done differently in the downtown. I think that there's, in this case, I think that you can be very deliberate about tying development to development benefits, meaning providing incentives only where there's essentially a guarantee of return. I don't know if that's been the case in the downtown TIF.
Well, but see, the Sunset Grove one I thought was very successful. So maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Well, it's not throwing off tons of dollars that we're using.
Perhaps it's because we spent so much money.
So there's, as Vic alluded to, there's really a tale of two TIFs, even though it's a single TIF. The Sunset Grove portion of the TIF is doing very well. It actually is outperforming the projections, and that's how the village was able to refinance the bonds and get some additional revenues coming to the village. The portion that is not performing well was really anticipated not to perform all that well from the very get-go, and that was the downtown, simply because the downtown is fairly limited in size. The opportunity for being able to capture significant increment from the downtown itself is very limited. And the TIF was put in place for a number of different reasons, but one was to be able to drive the development where Sunset Grove is today, to generate the increment, to not just pay for the improvements that were occurring as part of Sunset Grove, but also to help pay for the improvements that the village had planned for the downtown. So even before the TIF started, there were some costs that the village incurred and that had planned to invest in the downtown It started with the Archer parking lot, and most recently, you know, it ended with the various streetscape improvements, including the water and everything else. So there's really two very different components to the TIF. I would say that the Sunset Grove portion of the TIF is what we're suggesting is the norm and more what would be anticipated with the proposed TIF that we're talking about right now.
Trustee O'Connor, I will tell you another significant difference is that in this South Gateway TIF, the vast majority of property is undeveloped, or that in the case of Geimer is likely to be significantly redeveloped. If you're making small adjustments to existing buildings, you don't see a significant increase in incremental value, and therefore there's not a lot of money generated by the district. If, however, you're looking at what amounts to all of the vacant, undeveloped property, new buildings generate a significant change from the base value of the land itself up to new building value. That's where TIF district, that's where they are successful, when there's new buildings being built.
They generate revenue, obviously.
That's the reason.
Right, okay, thank you. And that makes sense to me. I think the only parcel in there that is residential is the one that is residential, the one we just talked about. All the rest is, we have said would be business or commercial of some sort in there. So, okay, thank you, that helps.
Are we at a point, I mean, everyone's in agreement to continue on and let Lee continue
Should
doing
we
the work?
vote on that?
Well, do we need to vote on it? That's the question. I guess we'll.
It's procedurally, it seems like a reasonable thing to do.
Well, let's go around the horn and do a straw poll on this, right?
No, I said vote. I didn't say straw poll.
Is a vote legally required or
No, it's not.
just desired?
I think we too often don't vote on things and some time passes and we're not sure why we did what we did. That's all I'm asking.
What are we voting on? This was a presentation.
The next expenditure.
We've already approved it, so
Right.
we can kill it at any time. So, well, help me with the procedure
Okay, then
here.
let's not
Dick or
vote.
somebody.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's fine.
Let me say first that on the agenda, it's not scheduled for a vote, so one is not required. That doesn't mean that the village board can't take a poll and make a determination that it's time to pull the plug. If that's the case, that can be done simply by direction from either the village president or the village manager, having been informed by the board's poll that we're not going to move forward anymore. And I think Lee is here, so it's going to be hard for him not to understand that. So it's not going to be a formal vote. And the reason is that procedurally we cannot. It's not allowed under the Open Meetings Act, but we can certainly take a poll, which will provide, I think, the information that you're hoping to elicit, Bobby.
If you tell me to hold,
I think that the public appreciates knowing what's being done, and we so often leave things hanging. So I want to proceed.
Okay, so Bobby wants to proceed. Just go around the horn. Chris?
I'm okay to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, that's a yes. Jenny?
I've been pretty against it the whole time, and I'm going to stick with I would pull the plug, but I think everyone knows that.
Rita?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the TIF in general. I don't think I have a lot of problems with taking tax dollars away from schools and fire departments to give to businesses, and I think that I don't know that we have had a ton of interest in that location. I'm just not a fan of moving forward, and I think I've been pretty vocal about that the whole time.
Thanks, Jenny. Rita?
I'm good. We approved it. I'll take the next step.
Chuck?
Yeah, I think we can continue to move forward.
Okay, so you've got on the straw poll, you've got 4 yeses and 1 no. So you've got your direction.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lee.
All right. Dave, you're going to have to help me on the explanation here on the next item on the agenda, which Broken Earth wants to sell some mixed drinks and so forth in addition to wine. So you had to tweak the liquor license, one of the liquor license to make it all work so that they would have the same thing as the new corked wine bar. So can you explain it better, or did I just say it as best I could?
I think you did. Just to kind of further clarify it, what they are looking to do is they currently have a Class H liquor license, which does not allow for the sale of liquor. So they contacted the village asking what license classification corked received this year and what the limitations were with that license, which they were perfectly fine with because it allowed for the sale of liquor. Their only request with that, the corked liquor license, was to be able to stay open rather than 11 p.m. until 12 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. So in the draft ordinance, you'll see that's a proposed change. The thought was, rather than continuing to try to create additional categories of licenses, which we've already got quite a few, if there was a opportunity to try to modify an existing and morph it into that made more sense.
Any questions on this one? Anyone want to make a motion?
I have a question. When you sell liquor, are they selling liquor in glasses or are they selling packaged liquor?
It's supposed to be just on-premises consumption.
They want to be able to sell mixed drinks.
On-premises consumption, not to go.
Correct.
I would make a motion to, in support of an ordinance amending sections 3-2-5 of the Long Grove Village Code regarding wine bar licenses.
Moved by Trustee O'Reilly, seconded by,
Second.
I think Trustee Nora got you there, Jenny. That's a roll call.
All right. Trustee Michaud.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
You're muted.
You got to unmute, Rita.
I get it. Aye.
Okay. Trustee Nora.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
And Trustee Borowski.
Aye.
All right. Ayes have it. Motion carried. The next one was basically to, we're basically applying a credit towards the next year's liquor license. It's kind of prorated based on the period of time that the executive order was in place. But since all of our establishments are now, functioning pretty well right now, with some exceptions, the thought process was we would end the, if you want to call it the proration period of time for a credit for their liquor license. And, I did a little bit of math, and it's right now, so far, I think we're crediting about 46% of it back at this point, because it started all the way back on March 16th. So if things do get worse again, we can always bring this back in, but for now, we would, for next year, we would stop giving them a credit for the days that the executive order was in place, because that's what it was tied to. So any questions on that? Anyone want to make a motion?
Yeah, Bill, I'll move to approve ordinance authorizing partial waiver of liquor license fees in 2021.
Moved by Trustee Borowski, seconded by Trustee O'Reilly. Roll call.
Trustee Borowski.
Yes.
Trustee O'Reilly,
Aye.
trustee Nora,
Aye.
trustee O'Connor,
A question? Sorry. Why are we waiving it for 2021?
No, so what it is that we basically, they're building up a credit. The easiest way for us to operationalize it was to give them a credit towards next year's liquor license.
I see. Okay. All
So,
right. Aye. Sorry. Thank you.
Yep.
okay, trustee Michaud,
Aye.
Rita, did you
Hello?
vote though? Did you say yes or?
I heard one.
I did.
Oh, okay, good. I was just making sure. Okay.
No,
got it.
good.
All right, motion carried. All right. All right, moving right along, the next item is the road paving and patching contract, awarding it for this year. As you all saw, we did not get the fast track grant under the Build Illinois program, but we did get a rebid of some for Cuba that's in our favor. So I don't know if Jeff wants to lead us through this. What's the best way to proceed here? Jeff, do you want to lead us through this, or Dave?
Certainly, I can do that. Last Monday, we opened bids for the rebid of the road program. As you remember, bids were opened in March, but that was kind of put on hold in pursuit of the fast track. Last Monday, we opened the bids, and this is now a joint road program between the villages of Long Grove and Killdeer. Ela Township has since dropped out, but as I'm going to state, that didn't have an adverse effect on the bid prices. Last Monday, we had 10 contractors submit bids for this year's road program, which is highest number in quite some years. The low bid that was received was from Arrow Road Construction, and for the village's portion of the work, their bid was $673,000. Much like the bid that we received in March, the bid for this go around was also divided into the west half of Cuba Road and the east half of Cuba Road. The west half of Cuba Road, Arrow Road Construction's bid was $280,000. As a point of reference, in March, the low bid was $321,000. East Cuba Road was a separate bid schedule, and Arrow Road Construction was the low bidder for that one as well, with a bid of $393,000. Again, a point of reference, back in March, the bid was $444,000. So, like I said, adding bid schedules 1 and 2 for the bid from Arrow Road Construction for work in Long Grove was $673,000, and the total back in March was $765,000. So a considerable savings going through the rebid, attributed to probably the overall competitive nature of the bid, as signified by 10 different bidders submitting bids for this. So in your packet, you've got the bid tabulation and a recommendation. Also put together the updated road paving options, reflective of the new bid number, which is $90,000 less than what the village received in March, and also started adjusting the capital improvement plan just to reflect this as well.
Can we have the extra 90,000 for pathways? You guys always laugh when I say that.
Thank
it's
you
the
all
way
for
you-
pushing. Thank you all for pushing that rebid. It paid off. I know it was a risk, but it's a good thing it was done. Thank you very much.
No, I'm just smiling. I'm just smiling, Rita, because I love it.
I know, y'all always laugh. It's like, no, I need that money. The pathways we could build with that.
But here's the other part of it too. So the thing that didn't come out here is that we have in our MFT account, how much money, 584,000, right?
Yes.
So I guess the thought process was we can now pave all of Cuba Road without really, with what, using just 88,000? No, not even that, right? It's less than that from our capital fund, right, Dave? What did you say?
It's 88,000 under the capital fund.
Okay.
And just to put it in perspective, when we were looking at the modified paving plan reduced, because we had less MFT, the amount budgeted in the fund was 78,000. What this would require is an additional 10,000 capital fund dollars, no general fund dollars, and we'll still end up with a very good surplus in the capital fund.
Okay, that's what you were saying under this 9 million or whatever that was that you were writing there. Okay, got it. Thank you for explaining.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Jeff, is Aero Construction a known entity?
Oh, yeah.
Aero Road Construction is, yeah, they're actually a very, very large paving contractor that, you know, typically they do predominantly IDOT work. So we've worked with them on road programs and been very satisfied with them each and every time.
So why do you think we got 10 interested parties? Is it because Build Illinois is not booming,
COVID.
you think?
Yeah, I get calls a lot from contractors looking for work.
Yeah, I just don't think there's a lot of work out there right now.
We rebid Stemple?
Well, Stemple's another conversation, but
No, I know, but should we rebid it? It's paving.
yeah, we probably should. And I think we have another discussion saved for that later. So,
Okay.
so any other comments on this one? Thoughts? I mean, it seems like it's the right thing to do to get all of Cuba Road done. And we're, you know, just using a minimal amount of our capital budget. So, you know, we can be fiscally responsible, conservative, whatever words you want to use, and get this done. You know, I did some calculations too. Was Jeff? It's 56% of the roads that have been paved for so far without levying a tax, and this will end up adding another 6.8% of the roads. So we'll be at if we do this, we'll have paved almost 63% of our roads in, that would be what, 6 years, right? Which is way ahead of our 15-year road paving program. And so I just thought I'd add that little piece of commentary there.
Well, Chris doesn't necessarily believe we should be ahead of our paving program, but I will go ahead and make a motion to approve a resolution awarding the 2020-21 paving and patching contract to Aero Road Construction for the amount of $672,816.65.
Moved by Trustee Borowski, seconded by Trustee O'Reilly. Roll call.
Trustee Michaud?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Nora?
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly?
Aye.
And Trustee Borowski?
Aye.
Okay, motion carried. Now, what we have to do here is we need to approve using the supplemental motor fuel tax towards this, which is $184,000. So I guess any questions on that?
I would make a motion authorizing the use of supplemental MFT funds.
Moved by Trustee O'Reilly, seconded by
Borowski.
Trustee Borowski. Beat you, Chuck.
That's okay.
Roll call.
Okay, Trustee Borowski?
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly?
Aye.
Trustee Nora?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
And Trustee Michaud?
Aye.
Okay, motion carried. Thank you. I'm going to move. We want to get to Jeff's engineering report, but the way this agenda is set up, it's the village president and trustee reports. And Bobby, I don't know if you wanted to comment on the, using the wood from the bridge, the old bridge?
Yeah, I do, which is ironic that we've just spent $673,000, and yet Ann and Rita are concerned about the cost of using the old bridge for some kind of a memento. So I'm going to go out for bids, see whether it's going to be $200, maybe $300, and that kind of big spending. You're concerned about using that material for the repairs to the bridge. So I guess you get first dibs at them, and we take what's left if you give permission for us to use it. It's only been sitting there for 2 years, so I don't know if we should be in a hurry to get it out of the weather. So, you know, I guess I'm looking for permission to perhaps spend maybe $250, maybe $300 on creating a memento that people could take with them, whether we sell it, you know, or give it away. Ryan was going to be here for this meeting and was called away and can't be. I'm not certain what they plan on using it for, but if somebody else has a use for it, speak up, because I think it belongs to stay in the village.
I think it's a great idea, Bobby, and I'll wait to hear from the rest of the trustees, but all I wanted to make sure of is that we save a board to put back, you know, into the new cover. So that was it. So we can point to the, yeah.
I don't know if I can speak at this point, if it's a trustee discussion, but the Historical Society had some interest in some of that wood, if there's any of it left over. We're going to put a little free library on the front of our property. We'd like to use the wood to construct that. And we also might use it in our memorial sign that we're going to put together with the old limestone from the underneath of the bridge. So if there's any of it left over, the Historical Society would be interested in having it donated.
We can certainly work with you and Ryan and figure out something.
Okay.
Yeah. And speaking of the limestone, Dave's report kind of left it that Rita approved of it, or I guess, and so it seems to me that we should have a polling of the board members saying that they agree that the limestone can be shared with the Historical Society and the HDLGBA. And so I would ask that you do a polling of the board. The last time we left this conversation, Rita was suggesting that we needed some kind of disclaimer that it still belongs to us and all that crap. So I think we should have some kind of a polling indicating that we agree that they can use it, have it.
Okay.
Put it in the park, put it in the Historical Society.
And maybe the best way to phrase that, Bobby, is there was plans laid out, and I don't even think Dave used all of the stones, it used the majority of them. And so maybe the best way to phrase this is everyone in agreement to allow the HDLGBA, you know, to use the stones that are per the plans that we all received for their park.
Well, it's just something in writing that says, yes, we discussed this, yes, this is what we decided. Because it's kind of been hanging out there for quite some time. And when the suggestion was made that we needed to provide ownership of them, even though they were in the park, then the park's kind of thinking, well, maybe they could take them back. So let's clarify that we're giving these to them.
Okay, so I'd like to take a straw vote that we're giving these rocks to the HDLGBA per the plan that's been laid out.
And
right?
the Historical Society.
The Historical Society, both. And are you in favor of that?
Isn't the park district getting some as well?
No,
It's
the
going,
park is the park district.
it's
Oh,
the park
okay.
district. Okay, yeah. So
Um,
let's just go around the horn. I mean, Chris, are you in agreement?
Come back to me. I don't think it's that easy.
All right. Jenny, are you in agreement?
I think it's great that people have an idea to use these in the village, and I also like the ideas for the wood. So I'm okay with it. Yeah.
Okay, you're definitely a yes. Chuck,
I'm a yes.
okay. Bobby, you're a yes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Rita,
Well, I'd like to clarify a few points.
okay.
Bobby, when you say we, who is we? You said we want to use them. What group is that?
That would be the
LGB.
LGBA,
Okay.
the Historical Society, and the Long Grove Park District.
Okay, so okay, I wasn't clear on that.
What, do you think I was going to take them?
No, I didn't know what we meant. I wasn't, when you said we, I didn't know if you meant we, the trustees, or we and HDLGBA. I wasn't clear, so I'm just trying to clarify.
And what is your answer?
She said it's all three.
No, what is your vote?
Wait, I'm not finished.
Oh, okay.
See, is there a rush on this tonight? I'm sensing a lot of anger here, and I'm not sure where it's coming from.
There's no anger for me, so.
So I was regarding the wood, I'm under the impression that the wood was being stored in.
But hold on a second, read it. So we're voting on the rocks. Can we save the wood?
But,
Yeah. Oh, is it related?
Well, we're talking about wood, right?
No,
we're
we're talking
talking
about the
about
rocks. We're
stones.
talking the limestone from the abutments right now. We kind of switched. We switched. Bobby wanted to put to rest the fact that there's a park being built. The plan was to use all these limestone blocks out there.
I understand.
And so that we're taking a vote on, are you in agreement to let them have those blocks, right, to build the park per the designs that we all looked at?
Yeah, and I thought, I was under the impression that we talked about this last meeting and we said, okay. The
I
question,
thought so too, but let's formalize it. Just so
the
there's no
question
confusion.
I asked last meeting was, are these a gift or are they on loan? And the only reason I asked that is we know who the players are today. Do we care who the players are 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now? Whatever. Bridge has been there over 100 years, right? So I'm just clarifying, trying to prevent turf wars. And I don't see that that's should be any, a question that is controversial. So I have no problem, and I think we said this last time, that the Park District use them, the Historical Society use them, and that the HDL-GBA use them in the park they're building. So I thought.
For how long?
I'm just, for however long they want. All I'm saying is that I'm just asking the question. I think that's sort of allowed.
Yeah, but I think the understanding is they would be there permanently. So that's the understanding.
I would hope so. That's all. I'm fine.
So is that a yes with?
Yeah.
They would be there permanently? Okay, no,
We
thank you
looked
for
at
that.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We just want to make sure. And then, thank you. And we'll come back to the boards in a second, the wood. But Chris, what's your vote?
The reason I said it's not as simple as yes or no, I think basically fundamentally I agree that it's a great use of that material. My hesitation is that we haven't opened up that opportunity for anyone in the village to also add any thoughts, comments, or suggestions to our list. And I also still have to wonder if we can't take those boulders and use them as entrance monuments in certain parts of the village. I mean, we got free boulders. We could pile them up, take a couple pieces of wood and build our own entrance monuments out of it using that material. Not that I want to use old crappy raccoon infested wood, but it's an opportunity for us to at least consider those possibilities. Please don't misunderstand. I think all those suggested uses are wonderful uses for the boulders. I just have to wonder if there's anything else we can do with it that we haven't thought about.
Maybe we could stack them up and keep cars from driving through the bridge.
No.
You know, it just occurs to me that people did have a chance to step forward on this. I mean, it's been known that these boulders were coming available. I mean, nobody contacted the Historical Society and asked us to step up and ask the village for these. Same with the HDL GBA. So there's been opportunity for other people to step forward and ask for these just like we did. These meetings are public. My understanding was that the blocks, that HDL, I mean, I could be wrong on this, but HDL GBA asked for a certain number of blocks. Historical Society asked for a certain number of blocks. Those were moved at the right time. And there was a bunch of other blocks unclaimed that got like chipped up or destroyed. So I don't get it, like why there seems to be now suddenly all this hand wringing over these blocks that had nobody step forward wouldn't even be here.
Aaron, thanks for your thoughts. Let me turn this back over to the board. It sounds like there's 4 people that have said yes through the straw poll. Chris, you're suggesting maybe some alternative uses of it, but I think we've got enough support, unless somebody's going to change their mind, to go with allowing these blocks to be placed in the park per the plans that we all have received. So unless there's any objections, I think we've got a decision, and I also support that decision as well.
I'd also like to point out that the Historical Society and the downtown businesses, came up with, financial support for the cover. So it seems to me nobody else has been clamoring for them. It's a small reward for a very generous donation. I don't know why we're actually continuing to talk about it. I think it should be a yes.
Chuck, you know why? For the very reason that not everybody agrees. And so this has been hanging out there, and let's just clarify it so that 6 months from now, somebody doesn't say, oh, it's too bad we gave those stones away. So that's my intent.
Yeah, and I think you did a good job clarifying, and I think we got clarification here, unless somebody changes their mind.
Well, I for one, am glad it's being discussed. I never even thought about using them as monuments to the entrances to the village. I mean, that's kind of cool. Why didn't you speak up sooner, Mr. B?
I did. It was in my first email back to Dave when he first asked me, and that was months ago. I don't know what else I could have done. Anyway, like I said, Bill, I don't.
Rita, think of how much it would cost.
I'm thinking of how much it's costing to protect the bridge, actually, but that's not up for discussion yet.
Like I said, it's a great use for these boulders. It really, truly is. I mean, I don't object to it. I think it's a wonderful use. I'm glad we got a place to put them. I really am.
And they'll certainly have use.
Yeah.
And they'll have lots of plaques on them, and they will be used.
Yeah. No, I don't discount that. I think it's important. I think it's great. I think, to Aaron's point, I think it's wonderful that somebody is stepping up to use them. I think it's tremendous. I really do.
Well, if I could compare something, the Barbara Turner House, I'm so saddened that somebody hasn't stepped up and said, yeah, we'll form a group and we'll save it. But that hasn't happened. So the opportunity was there, and no one took it.
Okay, so I think we've got a decision here. Let the minutes reflect that, Amy. Okay.
You got it.
All right. Now back to the wood. You're asking that the wood be used to build a bridge replica, right? And a few other things?
I'm not sure about the replica. After I wrote that, I'm just not sure. if anybody's ever spoken with Ryan, you sometimes go away, what did he say? And so I'm not sure, but the use is there. And now with Aaron mentioning that they want to do something, if Ryan and Aaron and I can meet and figure out, first of all, we've got to determine how much material is actually there, you know, usable. And then go from there.
So what are you asking us?
I think what I'm asking, can we use this pile that's been hanging out in the parking lot for 2 years? Can we use it?
I'm personally good with it, but I don't get the vote, so unless there's a tie, so.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I like the little library idea. I think that's a really great idea. I think if there's a place to use it in the village, I'm all for it.
All right, Jenny. Chuck?
I'm good with it.
Okay. Chris?
Yes.
That's a yes.
Yes.
Rita?
I just want to know where the wood is that was supposed to be stored in somebody's flipping warehouse.
It's over at the well.
So it was never moved to be sheltered. It's just been laying, all of that stuff is what was supposed to have been in somebody's warehouse for somebody to make furniture out of and sell to pay for the bridge. That was what I remember from 2 years ago.
Rita, this is Dave. Rita, you're correct. There was an offer from a resident to warehouse some of the wood.
Yes.
They were not able to warehouse it. The entire, what was salvageable of the cover is all over at the water plant. It's been there since the day that it was moved off of site.
Okay, thanks. I mean, I had no idea. I had no idea. I guess I don't really care. I don't care if you burn it. I mean, daily we have more wood that you can use for decades from now coming off of the bridge. You know, my gripe is land and property that belongs to the residents of the village being years later told as a resident, I have to pay to use a park. You know, period, end of story. I think property that belongs to the residents belongs to the residents. It doesn't belong to ABC, LMNOP, QRS, whatever, it's the residents. So that's where I'm coming from on it. You know, private gain, no. Mementos, yeah, I don't care. Fine. I just think that there's a distinction, that's all.
So Bobby, you obviously, this is your idea, you're a yes as well. So, I mean, I think Amy, if the minutes can reflect that there is an agreement to allow the HDLGBA, Bobby representing the village, the Historical Society to figure out how to use this wood in a way that would, you know, benefit the park and everyone, so.
Okay, I
you.
will do that. I also think I know what Bobby was talking about with the bridge. You know how there's that little dry creek bed that sometimes
That's
fills
it.
up when there's enough water? Yes, it was to put a bridge over that made with the wood.
Okay, so replica is accurate then. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dry
Except it would
creek.
never cover.
Yep.
Okay, well, now that we have that decision made, Bobby, anything else under your report?
No.
Let's make sure there's no other trustee reports. Anyone have anything that they want to discuss? If not, what I'd like to do is, while we have Aaron and Angie on the line here, is we're going to ask Jeff to go through a couple of things. One of them is Marden Estates, the information we just received and some of the work that they did. But before that, maybe we can touch on the bridge. I know, Aaron, you sent me an email, so I'll ask you to comment after we kind of go through between Dave and Jeff on what's been done so far to the bridge and, this, you know, from the accident and estimates and so forth. So maybe Jeff or Dave, you can lead us through what you've been all doing since it's not even been 2 weeks and it's been hit 3 times. So
So this is Dave. I'll let you know that we have 2, now 3 insurance companies that we're chasing. Gotten responses from 2 of the 3 so far. I'm hopeful that we won't have any issues in working with them, and it'll work as well as it has with the box truck insurance company and getting reimbursement for the expenses. So we have a quote for making repairs to the cover. That quote has been sent off to the insurance companies. We're waiting on their approval. As soon as they approve, the expectation is that we'll proceed in signing and moving forward with those repairs immediately and get reimbursed by the insurance company. My understanding of the 3 separate incidents is, originally the bus was coming off of Route 53, so eastbound on Robert Parker Coffin Road, and then the 2 subsequent hits, the vehicles were traveling from the east to the west. So say from Old McHenry toward 53 on Robert Parker Coffin. And the reason I bring up that detail is that there has been some question or speculation as to, one direction being more favored for these type of accidents over another. Over the years, I couldn't tell you whether it's 50-50 or if there's a leaning one direction or another. My sense would be that we tend to get the larger vehicles and maybe the more severe damage from traffic off of 53 where people are cutting through, that we've had some 18-wheelers that have had to back up the curve because they couldn't make the outlet, and that was their only way out coming from that direction. But it's, in any case, it seems to be an equal opportunity for people to be hitting it. We don't know, why we've got 3 in such a short period of time. The cover as designed was modeled after dimensions to the original designs by Robert Parker Coffin. The maximum clearance is 10 foot. The minimum clearance is 8'6". That's the clearance on the outside edges of the bridge where you've got the curvature or the opening coming down. So we purposely signed it at the 8'6", which is, by the way, the same height that the temporary bars were set at when the cover was completely removed. Purposely set it at the lower height and hoping that that would help to discourage drivers that weren't sure if their vehicle was 8'6" or 9'6". Clearly something less than 10 foot that they wouldn't be going through. My understanding is the most recent hit was with what I would refer to as a Amazon type van, and the van itself fit, but they had 2 ladders on top of the van, and the top ladder is what actually hit the steel crossbar and was knocked off, and that's how they were actually able to catch the driver because he had to stop to go get his ladder. The area is currently being kind of informally monitored by one of the business owners that set up a camera for Robert Parker Coffin Road as a whole, not necessarily for the bridge. We are working with a local vendor in getting proposals for cameras. The initial quote that came through was, I think, referred to as the Cadillac, and I was directed to go back and ask for the Ford. So we're hopeful that we'll have a proposal certainly by the next board meeting for the board to consider putting up some permanent cameras to make sure that we're at least able to capture folks that might be driving through illegally. With 2 of the 3 vehicle hits, there are 3 citations that have been issued maximum fine of $750 each. The second one, or the last hit, there were 2 violations. Prior to the reopening of the new cover, there was additional signage that the village installed to try to protect the bridge, inform drivers that of the height and the limitations, including some additional signage to clarify the outlet to Route 53 and Old McHenry Road, in hopes that that would help direct those oversized vehicles to those routes. That was not successful for the first 2 hits. If you recall, there was a diamond maximum height sign at one point on both covers of the front of the bridge. That was installed, I think, after the second accident, or maybe the first, that it's been installed, and obviously the bridge has been hit again. The reference point that I keep going back to is that bridge that we referred to when the board was considering what to do with the cover, whether or not to include a steel skeleton or add some kind of steel in front of the bridge to protect it. The good news is that the steel, my feeling is that the steel skeleton really saved the cover from being destroyed with the bus. If not for that, the bus would have been going through and wiping out all of the horizontal wood members as the box truck did. So I think that the steel skeleton is serving its purpose in protecting the bridge and the cover from serious damage. But we obviously are still having problems with oversized vehicles that are not permitted to be driving over the bridge, hitting it. One of the ideas that continues to come forward, and I think is probably the only surefire way of protecting the bridge, is to put some sort of steel over Robert Parker Coffin Road. If you recall, that was an option that the board considered when you were considering the steel skeleton, and the estimated cost for that was somewhere north of $100,000 for each. So you'd be looking at somewhere over $200,000 to be able to put in those type of protections on both sides of the bridge. One of the considerations, if that's something that the board wants to explore, is the impact on delivery trucks, moving trucks, for the businesses, for the residents that do live along there. I know that some of the residents on the west side of the bridge have said they don't need to have the garbage truck to come down their gravel Schaefer Road, but that may be okay with these residents. That may be okay with these residents right now. That can always change with new residents, or they change their mind. So just to be mindful, wherever these things may be placed, they would be blocking traffic, not only from the bridge, but for whatever that portion of the road is between the bridge and the steel. Kind of an in-between solution that actually Jeff came up with through our conversations that we would put out to the board is to reuse the yellow drive-through bars that were installed on hangars while the cover was off and to protect the bridge. If you recall, when those protections were in place, they were hit on a very regular basis. I believe that we lost at least one, maybe more, of those tubes that was hit and damaged as a result of being hit so often. But the thought is, maybe with this being a new opening of the bridge with the cover on it, that if we were to suspend the yellow bar on a temporary basis from the steel at the entrances to the bridge on both sides, that bar has the 8'6" maximum height on it. it at least would give another reminder, maybe a moment of pause for a driver before they make a decision of whether or not to proceed. We would propose that as being a temporary solution. We are very much aware of the aesthetics of anything that is done, and we need to be mindful of that. But we're hopeful that if that were hung, and it would be a relatively minor cost to do so, hang those bars, leave them up for a few months. Hopefully that protects the bridge and maybe refamiliarizes drivers to the need to not be using Robert Parker Coffin if they have oversized vehicles.
Dave, anything else? Or Bobby, were you trying to talk?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, in your tenure, Dave, how many times has the bridge been hit?
I couldn't even tell you. If you look at some of the, Google photographs of the bridge, it's not unusual to see portions of boards missing or portions of boards that have been damaged. I would put it along the same lines as whenever we pave a road and we do new seating along the sides of the road, you would think that it was a magnet pulling the vehicles off of the edge of the roads, because the shoulders routinely get destroyed every time that we do that. And I know that we maybe joked a little bit, at least some of us, as we were watching the bridge opening, that, when the bridge is open, it's brand new, and it may have that same effect where it's going to be kind of a magnet, and it's going to get hit. We know that it's always going to get hit. I think the steel skeleton is again doing its job to protect it. But certainly, the bridge getting hit multiple times within a couple-week period, that's unusual. It would seem more, where we would have what I would call kind of a more serious hit, maybe once a year. It would be an oddball if we had it more than that. Typically, it was more, vehicles that would clip a board here and there, and you'd wait until that board got so damaged that then it was worthwhile to go out there and replace the whole board.
When you get to the repairs of the bridge, are the same people who built it going to repair it?
In this instance, we have a quote from Carmichael, which is the group that did build the cover for the bridge. So at least right now, typically we don't have access to contractors like that.
It's so new.
Yeah, the fact that they just finished it, they're available. That has always been a challenge, is to find a contractor that will take it on, because to get a contractor out there to replace one board, they typically they're not interested in that. It's not big enough a job. One of the things that we have asked for Carmichael to do is to, and I forget the numbers, if it's 12 boards, have additional boards pre-stained and cut to the longest length. So at least we have those handy for whoever is going to be coming in and making future repairs, that hopefully we've kind of got it in stock, and we can find a carpenter that will get up there and nail it in place. But it's not easy to find somebody that's willing to do that work.
Okay, but for now, we're going to use them. I was worried about the stain color matching the newness.
Sure.
Dave, can I ask a question though? Because the newspaper quoted $10,000. They got it directly from Carmichael. Is that the quote you have?
Jeff, correct me on this. I think it was more in the range of 8,000.
Okay, let me jump in. This is Jeff. We got quotes for the first two bridge hits, For the bus, the quote was 8,000, rounded to the nearest thousand. And then for the second bridge hit was 3,000.
How about the third?
Well, but wouldn't it be less to do the repairs altogether? I don't know. Do they look at it that way or no?
Yeah, we got actually both quotes the same day. So they actually sent one in, and it was on the $10,000, and we said, hey, you know, unfortunately, it just got hit again. Here's some pictures. Give us your number. You know what was damaged before and what was damaged the second time around, so they could keep them separate. So Dave can try to keep that separate with the multiple insurance companies.
Okay.
I have a strange idea that I'd like to follow through with, and that is to ask whether it's Stevenson or College of Lake County to see if they have a group of students who could perhaps study not only, especially the signage and the whole reason that it gets hit so often, and do that as kind of an engineering project and a communication project. Because as I've told Dave, I drive through there, I don't see the signs. I just don't see them. And so I wonder if other people don't see them either. I know that there's a certain number at which after that number, you don't see. So if I don't know if, I wouldn't spend any money if that's a concern. I would just merely ask them if they would take it as a project.
Bill, in some ways, I think that's a similar idea to what I had sent to you, except I was proposing that instead of high school students, that we just engage some people from the downtown business, from the historical society that like live with the bridge and know some of the ongoings over the years, to study this for a period of 6 months or so as we go through these incidents, as we make changes, so that, I mean, I would wager we could talk for a couple hours tonight on things we could do and pros and cons. And it's like, I know that's not possible in a board meeting. I know we have limited resources in the village. I kind of suspect that it was volunteers that repaired the bridge more the past couple of years than village dollars. John Kopecki on a regular basis would replace those boards to the extent that, I mean, for free, and to the extent that he maintained a stockpile of stained boards, and he used finish nails, because he found that if he used finish nails, that when something hit it, they would pop off, and the board actually a lot of times could just be reused. So it just seems to me that we have that knowledge out there. Like, we should bring that to bear on this, because there's lots of history with this thing getting dinged.
Yeah, we talked about, you know, could we, you know, form some kind of, you know, as a suggestion, you know, citizens task force of people that could get together and talk about this, because it's hard for the trustees to come up with all the answers. You know, maybe it could, you could engage a committee or some residents to get together and talk it over, because there may have to be some compromises made, you know, on this. Not everybody is probably going to be 100% happy with what things are done. You know, hopefully we can find a solution that everybody's happy with, but, you know, it's nice to talk it over and get some, you know, some support and some buy-in from the community, so that the board isn't the one coming up with all of the ideas, but it's truly a community effort. So just an idea.
Yeah, no, just for clarification, so everyone knows that this is not information I've been holding on to. I just got the email about 10 minutes before the board meeting started. So I think it's a great idea, and I don't know what everyone thinks about it.
I think it's a great idea, because they know, as Aaron said, they live with the bridge. But I also think there's value with somebody who doesn't live with the bridge, may see things differently, that new drivers coming through see it the same way. So it's fresh eyes looking at a problem instead of experienced eyes looking at it to get a different perspective. I'm especially concerned about the signage. It's like, I don't know if you've noticed how many people go through the no turn on red. They don't see the signs. They're just doing it more and more. So
Yeah,
you know,
Bobby, I think it's a good idea. I just, one simple thing I just wanted to bring up. I think we should make a banner right away and put it up there. That's just a simple banner that we just stick up there that says no trucks, or whatever that phrase is that you want to put.
I think it should say $5,000 fine if you hit our bridge.
Whatever that is. I just it'll catch your eye. You won't miss it. If you miss that, I don't know. So,
Bobby, I agree with you on the signage, and it may take some trial and error, honestly, over some number of months to experiment with the signs until we can get this incident rate down. But a good example would be, anecdotally, somebody downtown, it was somebody down, either Ryan or Kopecky, told me that when they put up the video monitoring signs, they saw a big downturn in the hits. And I don't know if we have a video monitoring sign up there with the new bridge, but you're right though. You can't just keep adding more and more signs, because then you get lost for the cloud. So
yeah. I think the banner idea is a great idea. Could be inexpensive, because we do have to look at costs, and I think that would really get somebody's attention.
while we come up with a longer term solution.
Right.
That's all I was
Almost
thinking.
like a clothesline. You know,
Right.
put a clothesline up there.
But if you hit that, I mean, oh my God, you really got to be in a daze, right? You know?
Yeah.
So what is the most, $750 is the highest fine right now currently if you hit it?
Yeah.
Can we increase that? I mean, we might as well make money off of this if we're going to get hit all the time. Can we maximize that?
Well, that's why I said the 5,000.
Exactly. Can we raise that?
This is Vic. As far as violations of any village code provision, we're not authorized to have more than a $750 fine for violation. The fact that there may be multiple violations actually can increase the impact of a violation, of an incident, but the individual violation, section blah, 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 and section blah, 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 each of those has a $750 maximum fine.
Well, so what? So you drive on the bridge, that's $750. You're over the weight limit, that's another $750. You hit the bridge, that's another $750.
That would be, one way of categorizing it. If you're over the weight, that's a fine. If you're over the height, that's a fine. If you cause damage to the property, that's a fine. I don't know if there'd be other traffic movements that would be involved that would lead to it and therefore create a fine. I think we have to be mindful that if we, if the fine becomes too high, courts can start to nullify the violations. So that's an issue to be weighed, but not necessarily being decisive of how you approach it.
Vic, is the 750 village code or just a home rule issue?
The 750 is a Illinois municipal code limitation on a non-home rule community like the village. If we were home rule, that would not be an applicable restriction.
This is Dave. I just want to echo what Vic included in his summary there. And I think one of the things that we always have to be mindful of is if the fines become or determined to be excessive by a judge, you do, have the risk of the fines being thrown out. So I know that the deputies that were preparing the citations for these hits consulted with the village prosecutor on what was allowed and what was felt to be within reason. And that's where they were able to come up with 3 different violations for the first 2 accidents and 2 for the second.
Hey, Dave, there's another point, though, that you're not bringing up, I don't think, is that we don't get 750. We get something back, right? Whatever that is, but we don't even know what that is.
No, it's you take out your court fees.
I'm not looking at enforcement or even, getting to a judge. I'm looking at what could be a deterrent, even if we can't enforce it, because we've not tried that. And to make it so that it's not worth your while to be casual with our bridge.
So, for example, signage that said fines exceeding $2,000 possible or something.
Yeah.
3 times $750.
Yeah.
Well, we could start with a banner that says something like that. So whoever wants to come up with that clever phrase, which could be that, just that,
Warning, machine gun bridge ahead.
Missiles on board.
Yeah.
I would note that in addition to the fines, there is the cost of repair, which comes along with it. That's going to be covered likely by insurance companies for the drivers. But, this is almost one of those you can't legislate stupid conditions that people seem to keep doing this, notwithstanding what are plainly marked and I would hope to be fairly obvious physical limitations on that bridge, but people don't seem to get it.
Yeah, but if you've got a driver whose GPS says don't do it, and they do it anyway, I mean.
And this is, I mean, we still don't have video up there, really. So there's probably, I mean, I know in the past people have hit it and moved on, and then we're stuck with the cost of it, correct?
That's hopefully we're going to get that addressed with some kind of videos, constant videos. So you'd know who they were coming or going.
Yeah, I think that's really important.
Well, I think the way I look at it is that this is $1 million investment. So if it costs some money, it's part of the investment.
100% agree with you. The only thing I would bring, and this is probably going to come up with everybody's ideas, but like flashing lights like they have on the Deerfield, on the signage, that I don't know if you can put a sensor that if they hit it, the light would flash.
Well, that's where the missile comes in.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm glad we're talking about it. We're not going to solve it tonight. I will say I'm not opposed to putting the bars back up temporarily, but I think a banner is a great start too.
Yeah.
Well, so I think, so how do we bring to some closure here tonight? There was the idea of creating a committee. Everyone okay with that? Do I need to go around and ask everyone? Yeah.
Would it be our committee or their committee?
Well, that's the question, right? It doesn't have to be our committee.
This is Vic. Might I suggest that if we have the volunteers that have, if Aaron and Angie and others want to put on their thinking hat caps and come up with things to present to the village, let them do it, but don't have it as an official village committee, because it will make their ability to get together more cumbersome as a matter of being a public body. And I don't think that serves the purpose. Ultimately, whatever is recommended is going to have to be vetted by the board and decided by the board, but having some private groups come up with ideas is certainly to the village's benefit.
Everyone okay with that?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Is there anything Jeff can do concurrently to look at technology that might be available? Or is that something that feeds into Aaron's efforts?
What kind of technology were you thinking, Chris?
Height sensors with, I don't know, I'm not the guy, but I'm thinking about bridges you go over with warning lights that turn on when you trip the photoelectric sensor up the street.
This is Dave. The local company that we're talking to about the video is also researching and going to provide a quote for something along those lines, Chris, where it has a laser, you set it at a height, you have a reflector, and if the beam is broken, the light goes on.
Okay,
Or
there you go,
flashes,
something
whatever
like
the case
that.
may be.
And
Yeah.
then the missile comes.
Well, yeah. Okay, Dave, I just, I'm just thinking about a comprehensive review. If you think it's comprehensive enough and they're bringing in all available or a broad-based available palette of possible solutions, I'm all for that. If they come in with their one recommended solution, and I'm not sure if they vetted the others properly, I have a question mark over that. And that's why, as long as you guys and staff are looking at it and are comfortable that we do have a broad palette of solutions that are being considered, I'm very happy with that.
Okay. Rita, you've been really quiet. That's unusual.
Nice.
You're welcome.
And we're being recorded. There you go.
I think that it's obvious that we spent all that money on a steel structure, which, yes, damaged the school bus. It didn't prevent the accident or the crash, whatever. The only thing that's going to prevent it is I think something similar to what the engineer from Palos Heights recommended. Build a structure that's 2 inches less high, 2 inches shorter, 2 inches more narrow than the bridge opening. And he made a point of saying you can decorate it, you can camouflage it any way you want. But if they hit that, then they hit that and they can't go through the bridge. If you hit this, you can't go through the bridge. Until we put something substantial on both sides of it before they get there, we've done everything else. I'd like to know how much those machines that the car rental places use are, where if you back up, it punctures your tires. How much are those? If the sensor senses you're too high or too heavy, severe tire damage, boom. Otherwise you got traffic coming up those streets, east or west, and they're going to be backing up all the time. That's a problem too. So we can't put them on Tony Dean's property. We can't put them on private property. So where do you put them to stop them before they get too far? But banners, they went through headache bars. What's a banner going to do? They're going to take bets on how they can rip it. I bet I can get it right down the middle.
Well, I think that's a short-term plan. So, but the idea was we're going to have to come up with something long-term, right?
Short-term until somebody hits it, and it's like, okay, now what? But it's ridiculous. You said we're getting hate mail.
We're starting to get the hate mail. Yeah.
We got people saying what idiots we are. What's wrong with them? And it's like, okay, so we spent $1 gazillion protecting the structure. Now we just have to spend another couple $100,000 to put up something that they can't go through, but they can't get to the bridge. How else are you going to do it? Period. So it's just, how much more is it going to cost? It's crazy. It's just crazy. So.
Well, so let's, are you okay though if they come back with some suggestions?
Well, sure, of course.
Let them do. I think that's a great idea. Aaron and Angie, and grab some of the residents, whatever, and come back with some recommendations. At least we'll, it may be the same ideas, but at least go that route, and hopefully that will come up with some options that maybe something we didn't think of, right? I don't know. Everyone else okay with that?
Yes.
And then the notion of a study, I don't know how we kicked that off, but I like that idea too. So from a signage perspective, so I don't know if we could get any help from one of the schools, but that's a great idea too, Bobby. So.
Well, for those of you who pay taxes into Stevenson High School, I called them yesterday. Their message on their phone is from March 19th. I was really impressed.
I don't see that signs are going to do any good. How many do we have up? How many do they have in Deerfield? You know, they don't read the signs. Here, you know, it's like, save the money.
I kind of like the flashing light idea. No, seriously, Dave was talking about you break a laser light or a beam and lights start flashing. That's going to get your attention.
Depends on what they've been imbibing before they get there.
Well, there's no way we're ever going to stop stupid.
There you go.
So, but we got to try.
So are we at a point where we can, for tonight, we're good with the bridge discussion? Everyone okay?
Yes.
Just so you know, after the second incident, I was there 10 minutes after it happened. The ABC 7 truck was still parked on the street, and a box truck passed me heading west and came to within a foot of the bridge. Everybody was out there waving their hands and beeping their lights and doing everything. So there was almost a fourth incident within minutes of the second incident. So something needs to be done for sure.
Yep, absolutely, Mike. Thank you. All right, so we're going to stop here on the bridge discussion for tonight. Jeff, unless there's anything else you wanted to report on, and maybe we can, was there anything else you wanted, Jeff?
No, not on the bridge.
Okay, so maybe we can move to your report, but in particular, well, maybe I wanted to have time for open comment. Let me just ask this. Is there any public comment at this point? Does anyone have anything? If not, then we can maybe move to the Martin Estates information and what you've done and so forth, the drain tiles, and provide us kind of an update there.
Certainly. So a few months ago, back in May, the board approved moving forward with the drain tile survey with Huddleston McBride. Huddleston McBride completed that survey, provided their location map to us. Our office reviewed it, clarified a few things with Huddleston McBride, and also had some preliminary discussions with village council about ways and how to proceed. So tonight in your board packet, and this is the first time seeing this, you have the drain tile map from Huddleston McBride and what they found. Just as some background, the village initially had Huddleston McBride look at these drain tiles in 2008. So they were able to kind of use some of their information from 12 years ago to kind of help with the effort this time, but they did remap the subdivisions and find the drain tiles that service it. So this is like I said, the first time seeing this. If there's any questions as I kind of give a high level review of it, please stop me and let me know. With the map, I provided a quick memo regarding some of the more significant findings on it. Obviously, there's a lot of drain tiles on this map, and everything is going to be significant to the property owner if it's on their property, but there was a few issues or discussions that the village had heard residents that I'd like to highlight tonight. The drain tile study did extend into Route 53. There had been some discussions about IDOT's project, the widening to put the turn in at Old Hicks that compromised or damaged drain tiles. Huddleston McBride did find, and it's noted on the map, that there are 2 damages to drain tile lines within their property, and the damage was done by utility companies. Both one is south of 3250, one south of 3255. The other thing that was noted or discussed as part of the IDOT project was there is a wetland on the south side of Route 53 south of 3250 that after IDOT's project was completed, residents had indicated that it was retaining more water than it used to. Found through the drain tile survey, there's a drain tile that drains that wetland, drains actually back north under the road and through the Martin Estates subdivision. And that is one of the drain tiles that is damaged by the utilities. So the damage by the utilities causing standing water saturated conditions in and around 3250. Also the one at 3255 that is causing saturated conditions and ponding in the residents' backyard. There's also some other things through here sorting out. 3250, the drain tile actually goes into the crawl space of that house and actually feeds into the sump pump. There's a number of drain tiles that go in and out of private property. There's a drain tile in Middlesex Drive as well that is going to ultimately be the village's responsibility. So Rita, Bill, Dave, and Village Council's Betsy had a call earlier this just to kind of discuss the high-level review that I just gave tonight, and resulting from that call, Village Manager Ledge Bike and myself reached out to 5 of the residents to let them know that the drain tile study was done, give them the results as it pertained to their property, and then also share this map with them. And we let them know that the village board had the map, but it was all fresh information. Expected kind of a high-level overview and findings tonight, and then we'd go from there. So the residents that we did talk to, 3250, 3255, as I mentioned, those properties were impacted by the damage to the utilities in the 53 right away. Also, we're also waiting to have a conversation with the property owner on the south side of 53 that has a wetland in their backyard, so that we can have that discussion with that owner as well. We have also shared this information with IDOT and let them know that the drain tiles that cross their property at 3255 and 3250 have been damaged by, or damaged is what we said, and whether it be by the utility companies or by the actual IDOT widening project, let them know that it was damaged on IDOT's property, and we expect them to make the repairs. We have not gotten a response from IDOT as far as their schedule for that, but we will continue to pursue that information with them as it's on their property. So we've got the map. I'd encourage you guys to take a look at it and look at areas, ask questions and things like that. But and then also talk just a little bit about sending this out and making sure that all the properties in Martin Estates, Martin Woods have this information just so for their information, and then we can also talk about next steps and responsibilities and what to do with it. So I think that's a good place to kind of pause and see if there's any feedback, questions, or comments from the board.
Before you do that, though, Jeff, I thought that there was a proposal to have a Zoom conference with these residents too, correct? To get them all together, right? To go over everything separate from.
Right.
Yeah.
So we wanted to get the direction, make sure everybody is on board how to present this information out to the residents. Probably a Zoom call just so that everybody gets it and we're not all huddled around a single piece of paper or something like that. But timing and who to be invited and things like that, just have a kind of a discussion tonight. Because if there's, you know, 2 trustees or 2 board members, you know, we can do that. If there's a desire to have more than that, it becomes a little bit more logisticals as far as, you know, noticing it and things of that nature.
If I can, this is Dave, on a very high level. If I can, I'd like to maybe share just some brief highlights about the drain tile study. As Jeff noted, there are 2 drain tiles within the IDOT Route 53 right-of-way that appear to have been broken by the utilities. We suspect it may be from the gas utility when they put in their new line. But the impact of that is really impactful for, I would say, 3 of the property owners directly. The names would be Trackman at 3255, Cruz at 2224 Shiloh, and the resident at 3250 Middlesex, right at the corner of Middlesex and Route 53, Deutsch. Yeah. So the Trackman property, in my opinion, is the one that has been most significantly negatively impacted by this. That's the property that lost a large number of mature trees over the last few years as water continued to pond up on his property and didn't have anywhere to flow. The property at 224 Shiloh, Cruz, my understanding is that that's kind of an expanding wetland. It has not impacted the residence itself, but it is doing the same as Trackman's property. That is, a wetland expands. You know, they're losing trees and the sort. At 3250 Middlesex, Deutsch, an interesting nuance to all of this is, as part of the Route 53 work, IDOT replaced a culvert that takes the storm water from the north side of 53 to the south side of 53. That's the water that ends up in the backyard of Cruz at 224 Shiloh Drive, and that's the expanding wetland. Through the drain tile survey, they were able to locate a drain tile that takes that same water then and drains it to the north through Scott Deutsch's property at 3250 Middlesex, and then continues north from there. There's some issues within the Deutsch residents that they'll have to work through. I know that his property was impacted by the grading. The concern that the property owner has now is if IDOT repairs the drain tile under Route 53 before he's able to make some changes on his property, he could be in a worse position, because right now stormwater that used to flow to his property through the drain tile no longer does that, because that's one that was broken. The other properties where the drain tiles were located, I don't believe that we have, the significant flooding. scenarios. There may be some nuisance flooding. I know that there are also some residents that have had ongoing concerns with water standing in their ditches on Middlesex. And as I understand the elevations out there, it's extremely flat, and that is compounding the problem quite a bit because it's not as simple as just reshaping ditches to get the water to flow. There's just not enough slope one way or the other to really have them function all that well. But in my view, that's a separate issue. It's all related to stormwater, but it's a separate issue from the actual drain tile study.
David,
And
what about the Colas property? He's further west, right?
he's east of Deutsch. So Deutsch is at 3250, right at the
Yes.
northeast corner of Middlesex and 53.
Yes.
John Colas is behind him to the east.
Oh, I see. I had him further closer to the road.
Can you see the map, Dave? Are you looking at it or no?
I had pulled up my own here as I was talking.
Okay. Yeah. So, so the Colas is this big property right here, right
Correct.
behind 3250. Okay.
Correct. And you'll see some notations in there that help to highlight some of the different things that were found on the individual properties. Jeff did send this to IDOT, the project manager for their work on Route 53, and asked for an appropriate contact so that we can be in communication with them, but also share that with the affected residents.
Jeff, what's your experience with the timeline for this kind of thing to be addressed by IDOT?
You know, with most things IDOT related, it varies. You know, sometimes it's quick, sometimes not. I would like to think that this area and the flooding damage, especially 3255, the Trackman residents, Mark and Tricia there have repeatedly brought to the attention of IDOT the standing water in their backyard and the damage that it has caused. And now we're, you know, connecting some dots for IDOT and saying, hey, there was a drain tile here, and now you've got it damaged by utilities, and it's no longer functioning.
What, speaking of that, when you go a little further west, what's the next red line? I'm having a hard time reading it. 3402?
Yeah, 3402.
What's
yeah, 3402. Yeah, you see a drain tile kind of making, I don't know what shape that would be, almost a backwards C, you know, coming from the north. But it's an existing 4-inch drain tile. There's a couple notes that say that there was a former section on 3402, excuse me, that has been abandoned. Another location that has failed and bubbling out to the surface. 3402, you also see the cloud, the blue cloud there that, and it says wet area.
Yes.
So that often signifies or indicates that that drain tile is broken, maybe not fully, but the water is seeping out the top of it. And also a cause of that would be at the end of that drain tile where it says that the laterals discharge at failed blowout locations.
Yes.
Blowout location is just the end, but it failed to some degree. So water is just not making its way through that drain tile, and it's finding its path of least resistance to the surface, which you've got one blue cloud at 3402. And then another area, if you go up to 3408, clouded in blue, a wet area. And that's typically the result, like I said, of, you know, water not flowing through that drain tile. It's just finding its own path of least resistance to the surface. You know, there could be two separate blockages because there's quite a bit of elevation difference between those two blue clouds, but suffice it to say that that drain tile is very old and not in the condition it once was.
And there are houses on both of those parcels, right?
Yeah, 3408. Yeah, there it's right there. The house at 3402. It's at the northwest corner there, right where Bill's got his cursor.
Okay, yeah. How do they get there? Where's their ingress and egress? I mean, 3402 is off of Old 53, but how does 3408 get to their front door?
3408. Their driveway is actually right above where the W is.
Oh, okay. All right.
Jeff, what are the odds that IDOT's going to pay any attention to this?
If I was a bet man, I would be able to answer that question, but we've had success in the past bringing these things to IDOT's attention. I think the question is more, you know, when they will respond.
So you think they'll come out here eventually and repair this?
Yeah, well, under you know, the laws of the state, that's what they're required to do.
Right.
And yeah. So, you know, the other thing that I want to back up, I know Rita was out there and Mike Sarlito was out there. We met with the residents earlier this year, and we were talking about the drainage, you know, in and around 3250 and 3255, and you know, we started talking about drain tiles, and IDOT says, hey, you know, we don't know of any drain tiles out here. So now we're showing them that yes, there are. You know,
they wouldn't have known that. They wouldn't have known that before they did the road.
So the impacts are from the utility companies, and talking with Mark Trackman, the utilities were installed with a horizontal directional drilling is what it's called, which is underground without surface digging. So pulling that pipe through there and encountering a 4-inch clay drain tile, you know, the operator, you know, they may have noticed, but if they did notice, they may have thought it was a rock or something like that. So it's more common than I would like to think that when pipes are installed with that technology, if you encounter an old clay drain tile, you can go right through it without really noticing or giving it a second thought.
So let me go back to my original question. So IDOT would not have known that those drain tiles were there when they did their massive planning of the road, and therefore tell their subs, watch out for these drain tiles?
So IDOT did not do a drain tile survey before their project. Doing a drain tile survey is customary for large projects, subdivisions, and even roadway projects, and it's required under the Lake County Watershed Development Ordinance to do that. However, the Lake County Watershed Development Ordinance, authored by the Lake County Stormwater Management Commission, does not have jurisdiction over IDOT. So while local municipalities, developers would go through those steps, IDOT is not required to.
So IDOT would not have told their subcontractors that there are drain tiles because they didn't know or didn't care to know that those were there.
I would say that's an accurate statement.
Okay, then my next question is, how involved do we get in this?
So, Vic, do you want to address that one? Is he still here?
Sure, I'd be happy to offer some thoughts on it. I think that the village can certainly provide information. I think we have the information. Sharing it is an appropriate thing to do. There is a potential concern that if the village tries to be too much of an ombudsman on this, people will expect the village to solve the problem on their behalf. And the village has no ability to do that. We don't have any standing with respect to IDOT. We don't have the ability to accept any outcome on behalf of the owners. As a result, this is a private property issue involving IDOT. And I think it's important that we present that fact to the owners so that they don't sleep on their rights. My potentially biggest concern is that if the village tries to take a more active role, everyone will think that the village is advancing the rights of the individuals, and it may be to their ultimate detriment, which does not serve anyone well.
Well, I thought that your opinion, or maybe it was Betsy's, was rather harsh. But on the other hand, it seems to me that if we get too deep into this, we've got a whole village that has various drainage problems on private property.
Yeah, there is a 5-word phrase that I've used before, and I will use it here because it is very applicable, that no good deed goes unpunished. And this is one that if we try to do a good deed, we are likely to face some repercussions if everyone is not fully satisfied. This is an IDOT problem. We don't have any ability to force IDOT to do anything. We don't have any ability to solve the problem. We don't have the ability to even lead the fight with respect to the problem. If there is a desire to move this forward on a political level, it's really not the village, it's the state representatives that can assist the residents. But we are not in a position to do much of anything other than to provide the information we have. And I thought that Betsy's remarks were probably not as harsh as perhaps mine would have been, because I think that it puts the village in a very precarious position if we try to be the white knight on behalf of these residents.
This is very similar to the Forsyth issue that Marcia had.
No, I don't think it is comparable. Not at all.
It's not comparable. I said it's analogous in that she's a private property owner. We have no standing in that situation either.
But there was a perception that we were monitoring it, regardless. But with all of the drainage problems that are on private property, I think we need to be cautious. But I also think we need to be helpful.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree with you more. And I think that's where we had a brief call because all this information we got right before the meeting. So we set up I think we got it on Sunday, right? So I asked for a quick call, and we both suggested that we've got to help. It's just, it's how far do we go? And that's the part that we'll have to work through.
And this is Dave. One of the things that we talked about was being helpful, and part of our being helpful is at the very beginning and throughout, let the residents know how limited our ability is to actually force IDOT to address these issues, so that they have a very clear understanding from the get-go that it's not for the fact that the village doesn't want to help them. We are helping them. We've developed had this plan put together. We'll help you as best we can, but they ultimately need to be very engaged because they're the ones that are affected and have their the rights to be able to go after IDOT.
Well, I think they also have opportunities that we wouldn't have.
Yeah. And to add to what, Bobby, what you mentioned, you know, we only know the drain tiles that we know on this plan. When we had this plan, you know, and a review done in 2008, it wasn't quite as extensive as this. So we didn't know where all of the new drain tiles that we found on this plan, but you know, there are still, this is a very limited area, and we suspect that there are drain tiles throughout this entire area, throughout the entire village. This is one of the few areas of the village that we actually know where some of the drain tiles are. The vast majority, we have no idea. And the vast majority of the private property owners have no idea until you start seeing those sort of bubbling up that are identified at 3408 and 3402 in this plan. That's usually what triggers someone to say, hey, something's different here, what happened? And our suggestion on a regular basis is have somebody go out and look for and investigate to see if you have drain tiles in those areas. And at that point, it's a private property owner's responsibility to decide whether or not to pursue it. But I think the fact that this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of drain tiles throughout the village, we don't know where the others are. We wouldn't likely even have enough money to be able to do a complete drain tile study of the entire village, even if we wanted to. And that wouldn't solve the problems. That would just identify where they're located.
I forget what this study cost.
$3,700.
It was, Rita, it was just a little bit more than that. It was $4,295.
Okay.
Do we have any weight, anything in asking IDOT to do a drain tile survey before they start widening 22? I mean, theoretically, we could have similar issues on that.
Good question.
We can certainly, yeah. I think that's something that could and should be brought to their attention. Whether they do it or not is going to be ultimately up to them. But perhaps if the village puts the notice out there that, hey, you know, you could do this, and especially if we suspect that should anything like this come up, perhaps that puts the village or the property owners in better standing to address it if it happens. Hopefully it doesn't, but if it does.
So again, this is Dave. The difference between Route 22 and this project is Route 22, there's land acquisition. Route 22, we do have some tools that maybe we can use to leverage, if not require that they do it. And we can, you know, we have an agreement that we have been working with them on, and that eventually will be coming before the village board. Unless council advises otherwise, I think that's something that we propose to be included as part of that.
Yeah, I agree that can be an ask as far as Route 22 because of the cards we actually have to play in connection with that improvement. We did not have and do not have the same, we're not playing with the same deck on Route 53.
Because they already owned the right of way, right, in 53.
All right, so it's going on 10 o'clock. I guess from a direction standpoint, and it doesn't matter to me who's involved, but is everyone okay to have some kind of a informational Zoom meeting that's smaller in scope with the impacted residents? And if that's, I'm part of it or Bobby's part of it. I know Rita, you've been very involved. Is everyone okay with that to go forward that way?
Yeah, that was my suggestion.
This is Jim
the-
Boyton, a resident in Martin Lakes. Can I speak for a minute to the board?
Sure, please do. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm at 3268. My name is Jim Boyton, and I, reached out to the village approximately 4 or 5 months ago in regards to, the standing water in my property, which is the 6th lot down Martin Lakes. And this map looks almost identical to the map that I saw in the study in 2008. But in any event, and I know it's probably been enhanced with the issues from Route 53, but I would suggest to you, whoever mentioned that, there is an improper slope to, solve some of these issues, like the standing water in front of my house, even up until last week from spring, that there is enough pitch that some, ditching or, some additional, digging will allow the water to flow down to the north the way it's supposed to. I would also suggest that, if somebody does get IDOT to, in fact, repair the pipes that they possibly broke and allow for the drainage of that wetland from south of 53 to north of 53, that'll actually cause more problems than leaving it the way it is right now for me, as well as the people to either side of me. Because that water that flows in that drain tile that's underneath Route 53 actually ends up in an 8-inch pipe in my drainage area, not my culvert, and actually sits there until it dries up. So even though I'm not part of what has been identified in this newest study, I am suffering by virtue of the ills that are caused by previous people who dug all these ditches and put the drain tile in, and the water sits in my lot. So I want to make sure that and Jeff did send me an email this morning. I just want to make sure that I'm part of this because there's a problem in front of my house. My culverts are clean. I replaced them within the last 3 or 4 years. The water's standing in my property, and I'm catching everything from the south to the north, and it's sitting on my property. So even though I'm not mentioned here, I need to be included in all of this. And as it relates to the study from 2008, when nothing could be done because nobody had any money, I'm gonna give everyone that one because of the state of the economy at the time. But at this point, something needs to be done in order for this water to flow where it should be going in the first place. So I just want to be heard that I need to be involved in this because I'm the recipient and the owner of water, all the water that comes from the south to the north on Martin Lakes. And it doesn't flow any farther, and it isn't because of me. And I just share that now. And I want to thank the board and Jeff and everybody for all the things that they've done so far and the money that you spent in 08. But I think it's something that needs to be addressed now. And I'm actually sorry to hear that 3250 and 3251 are having issues, even though I know the water's flooding more to the west on Route 53 where it never flooded before. So I feel for everybody here, including myself, that this needs to get fixed somehow. And there's always been this discussion on who owns the culverts and who owns the ditch. And even till this day, I can't get a straight answer out of anybody. And so, again, I thank you for everything that you've done so far, and I look forward to being part of the solution.
Jim, thanks for your comments. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So are we at a point to stop here?
Yes, a quick suggestion. The president of the HOA at Mardan should probably be invited as well, because
Yeah, that makes sense.
he or she may be a good conduit for those that, aren't aware of it. The meeting, that is.
So I mean, I'm happy to be a part of that meeting. Does anyone have a desire? I know Rita wants to be a part of it. I will give up my slot if there's somebody else that wants to be a part of it. All right, then I think we have direction unless, I guess, raise your hand or speak up now, please, without going around and talking to everyone, right? If you object.
I'll plan to be there. If it helps.
If it helps, yep. So if you object to this path, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to go down that path. So, okay. All right, it's 10 o'clock, 10:07, I think, right? So, Jeff, is there anything else that you want to highlight on your engineering report? Anything that we should talk about tonight? Or does anyone have any questions?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Rita. I did have one thing, Bill.
Go ahead, maybe it's the same.
Go ahead, Jeff.
The one, Kruger Road, it's creeping up on us that that project is going to be bid in January 2021 for a spring construction. Looking at the clock, in calendar, we're rolling over into September soon. Wanted to discuss and see what time frame we could look at for a possible Zoom meeting with the impacted residents along that corridor to present the project, outlay the project. Has been discussed a few times for various projects over the last couple of years.
So Jeff, because what I was going to do, this is under Dave Leadspike's report. It's a new item. He was talking about October 12th at 5 p.m. and perhaps, if everyone was okay with it, without not doing it via Zoom, doing it under the tent near the brewery there. Obviously face masks and everything else like that, but people could be in person. So I don't know what you think of that idea, but Dave has it in his report as an option. If not, we can do it via Zoom, but he picked October 12th at 5 p.m.
What are we doing?
So this is a North Kruger open house.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Are we going to have an open house for Cuba?
That's a great question too.
Theoretically, when would they start construction?
I don't think that the construction of that will start for at least another 3 weeks, and mid-September, probably more likely 4 weeks from now. Still need to get the final direction from Killdeer, and then IDOT needs to approve a contract.
Okay, so perhaps we should combine them? I mean, I can't imagine us starting construction on Cuba without having some kind of a public interaction. And would it make sense to do Kruger at the same time? Maybe not.
I would recommend keeping them separate. I think it does make sense to have a meeting because it will be a very impactful project just because of the length of it.
Yeah.
And having it, mid-September sounds like it would be more appropriate with Cuba. That's going to be rolling around faster than North Kruger.
Do you think it's possible we could do Cuba in the tent?
I don't know why not. The owner did not have any concerns with it all and actually welcomed it. I could focus on the same dates as the board meetings in September, the Monday prior to, in hopes that we can get as many board members there as can make it.
I think the residents are entitled to it.
That's a great point, Bobby. So either idea, I mean, it sounds like, is everyone okay with trying that? Maybe we try the Cuba one, the Cuba Road one first, see how that goes.
Well, because we've got a time constraint, we really need to get it moving quickly.
Right.
So I'm gonna focus on Monday, the September 7th as the first date, September 21st as the second.
Isn't that Labor Day?
Well, I'm sorry. It's going to be September. Oh, yeah, we won't be able to do that. Why don't we focus on September 21st? Does that still give us enough time? Jeff?
Hadn't you said Monday or Wednesday?
Monday or Wednesday, so you could do the 9th.
So, yeah, let's
September
see if
9th.
we can do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Everyone okay with that?
Yes,
What's the date?
September 9th.
September 9th,
tentatively.
Wednesday.
I will check with the owner and confirm with the board.
Well, because we'd have time to get that in the newsletter.
Sure.
Who owns the tent? What are we talking about?
Brewery.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so any objections? Speak now, please.
Objections to what?
Doing the, trying to do an open house
Oh,
informational meeting on September 9th on Cuba Road, so.
no, I'm good. I'm good. I just have more questions on Jeff's report.
Okay. Well, Jeff, then, did you have anything else you wanted to share, or?
That's what I wanted to highlight and open it up for questions.
Okay, Rita, floor is yours.
There's an item under your report that the plans have been approved to overlay the parking lot at the Village Tavern. Did we okay that? Have we talked about that?
So the village got a permit application to overlay that 1.5 inches, and it was processed as an engineering approval on that for work on private property.
It's just a permit.
It's just a what?
A permit. I mean, we
Permit.
don't normally get involved in permits, right? So,
Who's doing the work? Are we doing that?
The owner.
Oh, okay.
No,
All
no.
right. Okay. Okay. That's what I was asking. That's what confused me.
Okay.
There's another item, Lake Eleanor drainage. It said that, I think it said that we're waiting for more information from the HOA. What's the current status on that? Because that's been on the list for quite a while.
Yeah, it's been on the list quite a while. Dave and myself had a conversation with Richard Otero, who's the HOA president and one of their board members, at the end of June. And as a result of that call, and this was primarily focused on the drainage out of their subdivision, and then also going over, maintenance responsibilities, best practices for the subdivision. And one of the pieces of information that the HOA shared with us was that they had replaced their section of pipe that, drained the big lake in the center of the subdivision to the east. And we had asked for the plans for that because, kind of similar to the previous comment about not knowing where drain tiles are, that pipe, we kind of knew where that was, but they also had some information historically how that pipe or drain tile then flowed through the Poles nursery property and ultimately into the Tahoe subdivision. So we followed up with them a few weeks ago asking for that information. We haven't heard anything, but it's another subdivision in the village that experiences heavy flooding when we get big rain events. So just keeping that on the list to keep following up with that to keep that moving forward.
Okay. And the 3217 Route 53. Some of this stuff has just been on here forever, it seems. And it's like we keep waiting for the homeowner to contact us. And I'm wondering if that's a sound we're never going to hear. Same with 3715 Cuba, 4735 Wellington. Do we follow up on that stuff?
So item 23 on is permit projects, projects that the homeowners have taken out private permits. And we just added that a few meetings ago, just kind of a tracker of what work is going on in the village.
Okay.
So it's up to them to, obtain the permit, and then most often the requirements of the permit are either contacting us during, if an inspection is needed, but then contacting us after the permit is, or the work is completed, so that an inspection can be made to close it out. Usually the motivation is on the applicant's part, because to get their deposit back, they need to complete all of the required inspections. So that's usually the motivation for them to follow through, contact us when the work is done, so they can get their funds back.
Okay. It's violations of culverts and wetlands and all that stuff. It's like, okay, thank you.
Jeff, more a comment than a question. I really like your report and the way that you're presenting it, and with the red highlights as to, what's new kind of thing, makes it so much easier to work with. So kudos.
I've got to give credit to that to Bill. He suggested that a number of meetings ago.
Oh, silly you.
You didn't have to do that. So, but I appreciate it as well. So thank you. Any other comments? If everyone's okay, what I'd like to do is move to the approval of the board meeting minutes. The ones that we have, the only ones we have are before us are the August 11th meeting, the last board meeting. Does anyone have any objections or concerns? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Moved by trustee O'Connor,
Second.
seconded by trustee Michaud. Amy, are you there?
I am. All right. I have no idea where I had gone last, so we'll start with trustee Michaud.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
Trustee Nora?
Abstain.
Okay. Trustee O'Reilly?
Aye.
And trustee Borowski?
Aye.
All right, motion carried. I would like to go into executive session now, unless there's something else somebody wants to talk about at this point. So I would look for a roll call motion to go into executive session to approve executive session meeting minutes, threatened litigation, enforcement matters, investments, and personnel matters.
And also acquisition of property per the manager's report.
And acquisition of property, wherever that is on here, but yes.
So moved.
Moved by trustee O'Reilly,
Second.
seconded by trustee Borowski. We have to do a roll call here.
All right. Trustee Borowski?
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly?
Aye.
Trustee Nora?
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor?
Aye.
And trustee Michaud?
Aye.
Okay, we're now going to go into executive session. And thanks everyone for attending, and we'll be back when it's over. So
Thanks much, all. Good luck.
Have a good night.
Thanks. Good night.
all right, bear with me as I do the breakout rooms. Let's see. All right.
Did we all make it?
I think we all did. Yes, we did. So, Amy, you're there, right? Yep.
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'm looking for a motion to approve the executive meeting minutes from the August 11th meeting.
So moved.
Okay, so it was moved by Trustee O'Connor, seconded by Trustee Borowski.
Wasn't me.
Pardon?
It was Bobby. It was
It's
Bobby.
Oh, Bobby, sorry,
Trustee
Trustee
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly, sorry. Yep.
And who was seconding?
Borowski.
Okay. All right, Trustee Borowski,
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly,
Aye.
Trustee Nora,
Abstain.
Trustee O'Connor,
Aye.
and Trustee Micho.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried.
Okay.
Looking for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Trustee O'Reilly, seconded by Trustee Micho.
Okay, Trustee Micho,
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor,
I think she bailed already.
Get the
do
vote
I
before
mark
everybody leaves.
it?
Yeah. Aye.
Okay, so Trustee Nora is an aye. Am I marking Trustee O'Connor as absent?
I don't know. Bobby left too.
Show it
Or
as a no vote. Let's make sure we have 4 ayes so that we have enough. And then just show no abstain for the other 2.
Okay, all right, so let's see. So far, I've got Trustee Micho as a yes, Trustee Nora as a yes, Trustee O'Reilly, are you there?
That's an abstain.
Gone.
Okay, she's gone too. Trustee Borowski, then we only have 3
Aye.
ayes?
And then the village president will vote.
Yes, Village President Jacob is an
okay,
aye.
okay.
We can adjourn.
Good night, everybody.
good night, everyone.
Good
Good night, everyone.
Take care.
Bye. I gotta stop recording too.